Let's get into this shit. Now you may ask.
Oh, hi.
You may ask, Lainey, why did you put Michael Burns all over the screen? Why is there so many Michael Burnses? It's because he put us in the scene with like actual nudity. I guess he can show that as a Twitch partner, but I cannot. So.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Your
A little sleepy, a little eepy.
Yeah, your voice sounds a little breathy. That's not sickness though, right?
It's not what?
That's the dad in me. I hear your voice and I'm like, are you coming down with something? Are
I don't think I sounded sick.
you okay?
No, I feel fine. Other than just tired. I was streaming and then I also woke up early. Like for me, early. It was 11 a.m.
Boo. Boo. 11 a.m. is hard, people.
It's rough. But also I've been up since then. So I mean that's something.
There you are. Well, this is weird. Hang on a sec. It's half my head and half your whatever your drugs you're doing. Hang on a sec. Let me. come here, druggie. Let me sit you straight.
This is really why my voice sounds like that. I'm just smoking way too much weed to get by with everything, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the shit sucks. World sucks.
As one does.
So,
God, I hate listening to myself. This is gonna be awful.
okay. A lot of people have been asking. They go, "Hey."
Oh, hi, Gio. No, we're just getting into it now. It happened Monday, I think.
Douchebag, why did you decide to block Complaining Laney, and then why did they all come into your chat to tell you that they're tankies and go fuck yourself? So a lot of people have been asking.
Also, chat, who went into his chat to say, I'm a tanky, go fuck yourself? Who said, chat, who said that? Me. Caught. I just heard yelling from the bathroom. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, you can say you're tanky. Just don't tell people to go fuck themselves, maybe. No instigating, chat.
Everyone's asking.
Everyone's been talking about it. And I feel like there's a record here.
No, I think you were here that day, NTC, weren't you? He was in chat, and I asked him why he thinks Trump is a Russian puppet, and then he started fighting with chat and with me, and then left.
Here that explains why, and let me hit that play
That was like 3 months ago or something.
button to ignore the issue. Here we go.
I don't understand this reference. Can someone explain?
Okay, hang on a sec.
Okay.
How do I get you on here with just this? This is why I hate Discord. Can I invite you and then like stay in Discord, turn your camera off? I'll turn my camera off. We both turn the camera off, and I can just put you in, and it'll take 2 seconds.
Everyone always insists that I use the stream together function in some capacity, and it never fucking works. It simply doesn't work. Okay? Can we just accept it?
Okay, I'll try. Let me go to Twitch. Twitch.tv.
No, I'm gonna invite you. I'm gonna invite you.
.net.
Yep.
The Amen Break is basically the blueprint for virtually all of hip hop and drum and bass. Thank you. Okay, so it's just a segue.
So
Awkward
it's
segue.
sort of annoying, but it's the best of both worlds.
I was kind of hoping this would be like the Internationale, but that's fine.
I just wish that they did a better job of integrating. They really do fuck you
He didn't get that joke. He didn't get my joke either. No jokes were understood.
over with like it's too complicated, and then when you do their audio, they just like turn you into a robot voice, and they're like, "Oh, well, our audio sucks, so have fun with that."
Yeah. Oh my god, that clip of me
A
like
robot
turning into
voice?
an actual robot.
That's great.
That was wild.
We were all like, "Lady, what?" And you're like, "Blah blah 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 blah," like just turned into a fucking robot. It was great.
That clip is so funny. I think I have that somewhere.
Here we
That
go.
was so bad.
Stream together. Start streaming together. Okay, so when we get in there, here it comes, and invite guests.
Waiting?
Play.
Waiting?
There you are. You're listed as a favorite. And you always have been. You sent.
Favorite in your heart.
I do. I do have the clip.
Might do something.
Get bubbled.
Blip. Get bubbled.
I am here. I swear. I'm ready to have
Whoa.
talk.
Wow.
That's what happens when I try to use Twitch stream together. Hi, John. No, we're just getting started.
There you are.
You did miss the talk with Silver Spook and Neuro and Monogatake, but you didn't miss the Ukraine stuff.
So camera on. I'm gonna turn mic off and audio, like mute those things because we're in Discord. So you
Right.
mute the two things, and then
So I
turn your
put this-
camera on.
Elgato. Good. What did I do?
I don't know.
Now join the.
You know the,
I don't know why.
You fuck! You dirty fuck!
But like I don't know.
Twitch be wildin'.
No.
They're
Yeah.
like we're
Here,
gonna,
let me allow Twitch.tv.
Yeah, no, this didn't work either. Good.
Demahue, how you
man.
doing? Here we go. Guest bubble.
I really don't know why it has to be so difficult.
Nope, not that. Different thing. Hang on a second.
Although my scenes are much simple.
Guest
So
bubble nest. Here we go. Discord grab. Filter. Ready, watch. Here comes.
Boxers are
thigh
I've ever
shot.
felt.
Thigh shot. Men's boxers are comfy. No, it's true. Oh my god, this is funny actually. Hold on.
Blackie, black.
Regular.
Briefs.
What
Yeah.
what do you call these? Tidy white.
It's anti-boxer, but for you, totally makes
Oh,
sense.
okay. Boxer brief guy
Just
or
nope. Next one up.
nothing.
No, there's one step between those two. It's briefs.
What just regular?
Briefs.
What
Yeah.
what do you call these? Tidy whiteys.
But like never tidy whities, always blackies.
Sure. That sounds not great.
Exactly.
Don't say that.
Why would you have tidy whities when you're like pissing and shitting yourself a little bit all the time?
Men, can you confirm?
Why? I ask.
It's a great point.
you.
I've had people be like, "Hey, let me take a look." Like I've had dates where they're like, you know, "Let me take a look at your boxers." Like there was a singled out episode on MTV where they were like Jenny McCarthy's like, "We're gonna take a look at everybody's boxers. This guy's got shit streaks," and I was like 12 or 13 years old, and I was like, "That's a thing they can do? What the fuck?" Like terrified.
That's illegal.
Yeah.
They can be gray. Oh my god. Stomach issues and that is valid, but I'm eating. That's fair. No, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't checked, but like, it is a thing that I've noticed before. I mean, just wipe your ass. Wipe,
Yeah.
men, just get a bidet. Like, shit.
Yeah, what are we even talking about here? Oh, I think I got you closer. I figured something out. Hang on a sec.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, this is the reason why it's great to have
I'm staying very still.
the Twitch thing is only for filters. Got it. So what's new with you? What's going on? What's happening? While I figure this out.
Seriously, take another shower.
I'm doing more art. I'm trying to experiment with new mediums. So I got like cold wax to mix into my oil paint, which
He doesn't care about any of this.
it has been a whole adventure. It's been a thing, and it's not great. It's not going great for me.
Why not?
I've been working on this portrait of Bison for like 6 months. It's been an issue. At first, I used the wrong like canvas. Essentially, I should have put it first on a board. I put it on a stretched canvas. Had to transfer the canvas to a board. That is a whole thing. Also, anyway, also the cold wax by itself with like linseed oil and Gamsol, it didn't dry for like 2 months. It's like still kind of wet. Like it's not. Anyway, so I looked into it. There are mediums you can add to make it dry faster, right? So I experimented.
So, the experiment with the other mediums is still not dry, so that's good.
With those. Works super well, dries super fast, but it also thins out the paint
What AI?
lot, which is not the thing that I wanted it to do because I'm going for like a very thick, like impasto, like sort of I don't know how to explain it. Like, do you remember
Try
Shepard
me.
Fairey's Obama poster?
Yeah.
Everyone,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like
The blue
it's sort of
and
like
red
that, but
kind of outline, thick, sharp lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, sort of like a color block
Yeah.
situation. So I'm trying to like have like clean, thick blocks of color, and
Okay.
anyway, achieving that is harder than I thought it would be. I have fucking marble dust and like 6 other medium.
I'm lost. I'm just talking about my painting. It's not that important.
Trying to like work it in, and like you also have to have at least 50% pigment, which now I'm doing math. Like I don't.
Jumping
Pee
around,
anywhere I
skipping like
want,
a
anytime I want.
dipshit.
Let's go. I think I'm adding it. There you are.
There I am. Wow,
I'm trying to figure out a way to bring you in.
did it.
Minus the bubble. Ready? Hold on a sec. Here you are. And then you come in with me and you're behind. There you go.
At the news desk.
This is our love line desk. We're going to do like a relationship stream thing, but this is the closest thing I have
Cute.
to bring you in. Let me,
Daydream, it's not even a spaceship. This is like a dating scene. Some sort of dating show that he's gonna do. And the Burnses, the Michael Burns smiling, those are their censoring things. I'm just saying. That's not him. That's me.
let me do a color pop for you.
Oh
don't-
yeah, have
I
you
don't-
heard about Fetch?
Fetch?
That's so Fetch?
Oh, like
So
fetch.
Fetch.
Like that's so fetch. I know that. I'm not that old. Fuck you.
No, it is a reference of the. If you haven't, you obviously don't even know. So
I guess I
it's
don't.
a coalition of Fem and NB streamers. It stands for Fem NB Twitch Takeover Coalition. No, Chat Hub is the thing. I had to make it work for Fetch. So
I guess
I could-
I guess I didn't know. Thank you for informing me.
yeah, Tofu is actually in it. And we're taking over all your jobs. I'm so sorry. You're a cis white man. it's rough where you are taking your mic.
My job, though, a lot of people don't know this. I make my living opening pickle jars. I think I'm safe for a little while.
No, that's fair. Fair shit.
So original. Damn, I've never heard that one before.
We didn't think about that.
Yeah, that's. I make $5,000 a month opening pickle jars. So, joke.
I was angry I couldn't tell you apart from the AI version. This is not an AI version. This is just me. What?
On you.
Damn. Well, we have hot sauce for that.
Done and done. There's probably like 20 people
People don't know the hot water hack. I don't need an M word. Exactly. I've done that so many times.
in here who are like asking me a question through their brains, and I just want to say this. I was an asshole for blocking you. I apologize.
Oh. I appreciate that. I was like,
I'm done.
I was kind of caught off guard because, like, after stream, like, I went to it, like, message you about it, and I was like, I can't even do that. So I was, you know, I was sad.
I was sad too. Just to get it out of the way, because I know trans women is here, like trying to start up shit earlier, like, oh, didn't you block? Because trans women loves stirring up content shit. I blocked you quicker.
No, that's true. Trans women did ask me, like, oh, don't you have beef? And I said, no, I'm a peaceful dove.
Then people should probably block people, who, especially who are friends and who deal with things with each other, talking about these things. I felt awkwardly betrayed in like a really like piss ass boy way, and I apologize
I couldn't help myself from laughing out loud at that because that's so funny.
for that.
Sorry, piss ass boy.
I've never talked to him, but he has me blocked. Wait, I don't know why he blocked you.
Piss ass boy
funny.
kind of way.
That's weird. Were you there that day? Like before he blocked me? I thought you were, but maybe not. I don't know why he would. Who's this guy? It's just another streamer. Do you really not know?
I remember.
He comes across as irony poisoned. Is that it? He's trying to be funny, denying any Nazi presence in Ukraine, referring to the DHS as proof or whatever. Next, using it. He's like a 2019 Brooklyn podcaster. Yeah, I think irony poisoned is a good read. I think that is accurate. Yes.
We're asking you short or long version because you were like, "Tell me about Russian fascism," and I was like,
I really don't know. Should I? No. No, it's probably best. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. His name is Redolent Thought.
"Do you want short or long?" And you said, "Give me long." And I went off on some tangents, and your chat were like, "Oh, who's this dipshit? Oh, he read one book, so he thinks he knows what he's talking about." And I was like, why am I still typing responses to fascist shit? So it felt weird. And then instead of just being like a normal person and being like, go fuck yourselves, chat making fun of me, I remember reaching out to you like, do you want me to keep going? And you were like, someone said something kind of like, fuck you, you idiot. And I felt like you didn't defend me on the fuck you, you idiot thing. And I remember just feeling like, why did I spend all this time typing out all this shit and thoughts and stuff? And I felt a little bit like not defended by you. And it, looking back on it,
This is important. Remember that. He was mad about not what I said about Russia, but rather that I didn't defend him when someone said, fuck you, you idiot. That's important.
I was a little baby cuck, and I apologized for quickly because I was like, "Are you not gonna defend me? Okay, bye." And it was literally like 2 people in your chat who were like mean to me, and I was like, "Why am I being a baby cuck?" So I apologize. I missed you.
Yeah.
You reached out and you were like, "I miss you," and I was like, "I miss you too." Like, why?
Yeah, no, I miss you for sure, and I'm sorry. Like, I think I also got like pretty heated. Like, I don't even remember, but like, I think I said some shit that wasn't in my kindest moment. Like, I could have been better too, probably, and clearer, and like, I don't know. I think I've looked into it a little bit. I haven't read the Stanley book.
I wish I had that VOD because I think I'm being generous here, but I don't think I really said anything that mean. I really don't. I was genuinely confused when I got offline and he had blocked me. No, you're gay and hot.
But
So far he apologized for being a piss ass boy. His words.
I have
Pee anywhere I want.
like
anytime I want. Let's go.
just tried to like look more into the history of Ukraine and fascism, and I'm still not going to defend you. Like, frankly, I think
Sure.
we may still have a
Sure.
disagreement there, which like I'm fine with, but like also like I still like respect you like as
Not very late, Larry. You're good. Who's this? So many people know me, but not Redolent. That's interesting. How did you get here? I mean, I'm glad. Is he at least a leftist? I think he would say that. Yeah, I think he would say that. Broadly leftist. Sure.
a guy, like as a colleague,
Thanks.
I guess.
Thanks. No, like literally, like when one of the foremost experts of fascism was like, "There's no more fascist place than Russia, and here's why." And I've read all 3 books that he's talked about on this, and to have like some random dude in chat just be like, "Oh, look at this asshole. He's read a book," and I'm like, "Okay, but engage with me on the 5 things that I just asked you about." And the person's response was basically like, "You're a lib," and I was like, "Okay, I sorry, I like those things piss me off because I actually try to like form my words and opinions on those things, and I like."
Again, I was there. It was my stream. Essays were being posted on both sides. Many essays were posted. Chat was not just outright dismissing him.
I try to. I'm still working on how to synthesize like the 12 fucking different fascist things running this country from like South America, Chile, like, you know, all these places. Like I put a lot of thought into it, and I read a lot of books, and I was just like, I was also like 50% inebriated. That's the other thing. I'm sorry about that.
Put a lot of thought. I read a lot of books. Also, I was 50% drunk. Maybe you could have led with that.
I was
No,
just
that's
like,
fair, and other people may have been too.
I was
you know,
like, fuck these 3 people that don't know shit about stuff. I'm sorry.
right? Yeah. So like the thing about what's his face? Is
I'd go and check out
is it
some
Stanley
basic
or
facts about
Jason
your
Stanley.
hero
Jason
above.
Stanley.
He's not my
Yeah,
hero.
Jason
I'm
Stanley.
How heroic he
communist,
comes
you
across.
idiot.
50% to death or 50% to buzzed? I assume the first. I assume 50% alcohol is what he meant, but I can only assume, you know? The only one that called someone an ableist word was him, right? I remember that part specifically. He does this really arrogant thing of saying he doesn't want to say directly to you under his breath halfway. Yep. Hate that. It really reminds me of a certain kind of guy. Like a frat boy from college would do that kind of shit. Like,
So he literally teaches at Kiev University, which is
Well, he doesn't actually. He moved to Toronto because he's terrified
He uses the R word? Does he?
of fascism, and moved to Toronto.
Okay, he taught at.
Okay, fair enough.
I think that is a formative experience and maybe informing
Wait,
some sort of bias.
Oh, I think you're thinking of not.
He's still a guest professor or whatever at Kiev. What's it called? visiting professor?
Jason Stanley. I think you're thinking of Timothy Snyder. Timothy Snyder taught at Kiev. Jason Stanley taught at I think Columbia, and moved to Toronto or something.
I might be wrong.
Black hair or silver hair?
I just
A distinguished professor. A distinguished professor.
looked at their books. I don't know.
How fascism works?
Is that face the guy from Wisecrack? Yes, it is. I had to censor stuff. I don't know how he streams this scene, frankly.
Works or something else?
How fascism works, yeah.
That's Jason Stanley. Black hair. Yeah. Just moved to Toronto.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was at Kiev.
I don't think so. You might.
Also, Michael Burns left Wisecrack. It's no longer a part of his brand. He's fully dissociated. It's sold out to some corpo now. Is it swastikas or penises? It's penises and tits. It's tits and dicks. They're smooth, but I'm not showing that.
I feel like that's Jason. That would very much be Timothy Snyder. I might be wrong. Fucking fascist.
Jason Stanley taught at Kiev School of Economics in Kiev, Ukraine.
Oh, Siggy, thank you. At what year though? He's been in America for a long time. You piece of shit. My mods fact checking me. You're fired,
And
Siggy.
in and of that self, that's not an indictment by itself, but that does, it certainly colors his take, right? His experience.
The sounds are so much. It's a lot.
Sure. Today I was reading a book by a different author talking about Putin's relationship to Kiev through
What is love line? I don't know what that means.
ways of what's his first name? Gumalov. Lev Gumalov. Lev Gumalov was he is one of the three main voices running through Russian fascism today, and he is the one who built off space powers, space lasers. He legit
This boy is a dismissive ass. Yeah.
wrote about in the mid 20th century after being exiled by Russia, coming back and being like, I love
True, Yeshai.
Russia, and here's why. He brought back space
Dr. Drew Show. Oh, I do remember that. Oh my god.
lasers as a thing way before Marjorie Taylor Greene.
This is the funniest part. No one believes in space lasers. Right. I don't know what the fuck this is about still, frankly.
She's just riffing off bullshit. She's not an originalist. People are like, that's crazy. No. Lev Gumalov wrote books on this shit. He built his thing off Eurasia with space lasers, and his whole idea is let's put it in Twitch terms. Space.
I'm having trouble following. That's because he is gish galloping across the Great West. He's fucking moving goalposts off of the field. I also am having trouble following. I don't know, dude.
Lasers hit Complainy Laney's stream, and
Oh no.
they did. And your stream, and pick 5 streams in your head that you love that also watch your stream. You tell people those 5 people also are the best people.
Yeah, Lev Gumalov doesn't determine where Russia is now. A history of the West destroying Russia has. Yeah. This is Freudian history, yeah.
And those space lasers only...
It's really just shapes and colors. I'm sure maybe Lev Gumalov said some shit. Sure. Is that the origin of American fascism? No. I think that's silly to even postulate.
Advanced those people, and everyone under those people in an umbrella are also based because of those space lasers. That's it. And then that's where you go from. He literally told people that like space lasers hit Russia in 1380 on September 13th, 1380, and they imbued
Wait, who
us.
did?
But it does determine Russia's politics today, right? Is Russia a monolith of ideology? Apparently. Apparently.
Lev Gumalov.
Right.
His whole thing was space lasers imbued a power, and the only people who accept that power are advanced species of human beings. But his writing only points towards Russian people. So September 13th, 1380, Russia got hit by laser beams.
Literally, my face right there was just me trying to track this conversation back to where we started.
That imbued a power on fifth generation Christians because that's tied into their fantasy bullshit. Long story short,
He's taking so long to say nothing, so you have no way to respond. Literally, I should have written some stuff down to to circle back.
whole idea of this thing is space lasers, crazy weird shit.
This Lev guy is also universally mocked, and the vast majority of his work spanned. Right? Yeah, like there are cranks everywhere with those with eyes to see.
Ivan Ilyin, different white supremacist Catholic shit, Catholic Christian shit, et cetera, et cetera. All these mixes are like what Putin's
Well,
like.
hold on.
Okay, keep
Don't
going.
say just et cetera, et cetera. That's important.
Okay, let's
right?
keep going.
So, like, here is.
I thought it was boring
my
you, so I
thing
was trying to
is,
do et cetera,
I think
et
it's
cetera.
I think it's fundamentally like a
Okay, here is where I failed to articulate my point because I was drunk. It was 6 a.m. and I had not prepared for this to be a debate at all. At all. Zero indication that this would be a debate about Russia. What I mean was, you're talking about Christianity. Fundamentally, a huge part of Western fascism. And you're attributing it to Russia alone. You were drunk, I would not have guessed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when he said I was drinking coffee, no, that was a rum and coke. I was drinking a Cuba Libre.
direction to point to fascism that may come from the East when we're literally in like the falling Roman Empire of our day. Like, what are we talking about? For why? Like,
Putin believes that America is just a quote unquote
Thanks, Larry. Is that better?
Western virus, which I'm totally fine with. Like a lot of that truth, I'm like, hell yeah, brother, let's go. But a lot of it is also just like they are racist and homophobic on levels that you're like, Jesus Christ, this is like
Yeah, like when he invited me on, he had been talking to Tofu about like music and they were
Turn back, heedless travelers.
Yo,
History is no place for the living anymore.
thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everybody. We're watching a debate about Ukraine, Russia, and more. We get into Stalin, we get into Mao. So stay put. Yeah, he had just been talking to Tofu about, I think it was political actually. Like they were talking about music at the end, but they were also talking about Trump, fascism, something. I don't know. I came on at the end of the conversation, but yeah, he just said, "Come on and talk," and I'm like, "Yeah, cool. I'll talk." Bet.
some of the worst some of the worst rhetoric since the.
Is he a debate streamer? No. No. I don't think I've ever seen him do a debate, actually. I mean, maybe before I like followed him or whatever, but I don't think so.
Jim Crow, you know, when,
No, like that. The Jim Crow never went away. Like we're so racist and homophobic still.
Oh no,
I'm
sure.
equally afraid of being persecuted for being queer here as I would be in Russia.
1,000%. Stalin talked about 1920s jazz as giant black phalluses waving around their penises like a conductor. That's the only way that the
This is such a weird thing to say. It's such a weird thing to say. Stalin said this, apparently, yeah. Can we get a fact check? A source? Yeah, I asked. I haven't gotten that source.
like
I'm so sorry. Can you start over the sentence?
Sure. Stalin, piece of shit, by the way. People are like, oh, Stalin was like lefty as based and fucked. No, Stalin sucked. Lenin sucked. They were horrible people who like.
Me trying to wake up right now, like shit. Oh god, what the fuck is happening? Is this real?
Did horrible things to their people. Double tapping people in the back of the head. Stalin was power hungry, piece of shit who admitted he was like, I'm gonna do capitalism to advance myself to socialism. And by the way, my socialism is actually it's capitalism with like different steps involved. Fuck Stalin, fuck Lenin. Garbage. Both of them garbage.
They double tapped.
Fuck Lenin for no reason in particular, I guess.
Nazis.
No, they didn't. Both of them garbage.
They double tapped Nazis.
No, they didn't. They
In the
double
back of
tapped.
the head.
No, they double tapped everyone in their own government and their own people whenever they wanted to erase anybody. So, like, if I was
Everyone in their government. Classically, they just murdered everyone in their government. Every single person.
in America doing the Stalin double tap thing, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, I got Ted Cruz to do this thing for me, double tap. The people who buried Ted Cruz in the back of the fucking yard, I'm going to double tap both of them too. So now I am completely displaced and getting away with things. I'm also going to double tap this, double tap that. Like layers and layers of just like erasing people within steps, like over and over again.
Wait, I forgot to check if this works. Buy attention. Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it work?
Like, just horrible shit. Like, a lot of people in like Stalin's Russia were just like soldiers trying to not get buried in the backwoods.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
famously, the Soviet government had only one person working there, Stalin. Right? Yeah. And he was unilaterally leading everything by himself, and he could just murder everyone below him with impunity, and everyone was fine with it.
constantly. Just terrifying. Because if you worked for them, they were like,
this is fundamentally anti-communist propaganda, like CIA textbook anti-communist propaganda.
I will give you links and references. I will give you historians who back them on this. Stalin was
I've yet to see the links and resources.
a horrible person who understood how
The resources I got were read Jason Stanley, and what's the other fucking, oh, I forgot the other guy's name already.
power dynamics worked and kept people on edge at all times, because I'm going to bury you in the
Timothy Snyder.
backwoods with double taps all the time.
I don't think that Stalin did nothing wrong. I'm not going to say that. No. But I do think it's worth evaluating the environment, the pressures, the
Where are the bodies? Did the space lasers get them? Great question. Great question. And buried in the woods, apparently, or whatever.
historical analysis, the material analysis.
Sure. And I will give you anywhere from 2 to 10 books
Tyree.
that you want to read, and then you can check the sources. And yeah,
Oh, to be fair, he did say 2 to 10.
Stalin was a piece of shit. Stalin buried people in the woods.
Are you
left and
saying
right.
like he's like Hitler?
Get buried people in the woods. Yeah. What woods? The woods. There is a lot of woods in Russia, to be fair. That's true. That's true.
Because that is verbatim anti-communist. Like that's
Stalin double tapped everyone with his lasers, obviously.
He didn't
Hannah
go.
Arendt.
He didn't go systematic all the way up to 6 million deaths. He did torture.
Oh yeah. By the way, Timothy Snyder literally won the Hannah Arendt Award. Hannah Arendt is the first person to compare Stalin and Hitler. Like everyone cites her when they're trying to say that.
A lot of his people to a lesser degree, leaving people in a constant state of fear of not understanding like where they are with things. He had people due to different, not just to the races, because he was like, you know, an equal opportunist. He put down a lot of people who were like, you know, just like
Equal opportunist is, that's just so wild. See, what you're just saying shit.
different Russian sects minus the
equal opportunist. I
Yeah, he
think
was an equal opportunist. on
that's a
putting down
gross
people.
mischaracterization.
How so?
He was literally fighting Nazis.
Not in the 30s when he gained power. Not leading up to things.
Not in the 30s. There were no Nazis in the 30s. No imperialist powers. Nothing. He wasn't fighting anything.
Things.
You think the Nazis like just came out of nowhere? You think imperialist interests
No.
and like the very
No, we're talking about two different things
extremist
now. I'm talking about two different
factions
things
of that
now.
weren't.
We're talking about two different things now. I'm talking about Russia leading up before World War II, with leading up. Stalin constantly left people in his leadership on.
We're talking about two different things. The same country within the same 50-year span. Two different things.
Shells at all times because he was murdering people who were just doing their job, and he'd be like, you know what, I need to erase this history for whatever reason. We're starving people in Eastern Europe. We're doing a genocide to people in Eastern Europe through starvation tactics, and if anybody complains, we're going to kill them. There are
I don't have a sip emote. I'm sorry. I should. Those are my favorite. They're so cute. I'll add one on 7TV. Oh my god. Nazism is literally a descendant from white Russians fleeing the Red Army. The narrative of Judea Bolshevism comes from exactly that. Yeah, this is a lot more. Yep. Yep.
endless records about this stuff. Like Stalin, real piece of shit. Stalin's a horrible human being. I think my politics are communism is great. Actual communism.
Oh, yeah. Ninja, the face is censoring nudity. Just outright nudity that I can't show. It seems fine for him to show, but I can't show that. I get banned if I have too much cleavage. Are you kidding?
Hasn't really happened in a lot of places where people think that it's happened. The things that we advocate for to better people and build people up doesn't have to happen with a state of like police state fear, double tapping and.
I wouldn't say this is an anti-redolent space. I don't agree with him on Russia. That's what we're talking about today.
Burying people in the woods, the amount of people disappeared on and off again through areas of quote unquote socialism and communism, living in China for a year, loving the people, learning about the history, I would move to China tomorrow, where we are right now. But at the same time, when people go, Mao was awesome, no, Mao was not awesome. Mao was a piece of shit too. Just because he has like some good ideas that we agree with, all these people chose to use their power.
Some good ideas. Just some good ideas. It's a piece of shit. Why? Authoritarian. And I don't like him.
In horrific ways.
How
that
much
they-
Mao have you read?
I mean, a lot. When I moved to China and I speak Mandarin, and I had a lot of Chinese people who were like over like the age of like 50 telling me that Mao was awesome. I was like, that's interesting. That's an interesting
Really?
thing.
Why don't you fuck off? How about that?
The Great Leap Forward. Yeah, LeBron. Like Mao sucks. Mao sucks. Stalin sucks. The more you learn about these people, like they suck. They are horrible.
Big disagree. Big disagree. The more I've learned about Mao and Stalin, the more I like them. And I don't think you should be afraid to learn about them, actually.
People. Their values that they pretend to have are
Hi, Thomas.
good things that in modern
Nice hat, Elle. Very nice.
world, 21st century, we should be like, those things are good, but we don't have to have all of these horrible things where I fucking double tap people in the skull and have my cronies bury them in the woods, and then I kill those people, and then I kill those people, and Mao doesn't have to starve everybody. These are
This really feels like fanfic at this point, man. I'm going to be honest.
it's-
Like, I would love to read all of these.
Mao didn't have to starve everyone. He didn't starve anybody. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Can you elaborate? I should have said that. I should have cut in so many more times.
Sources that you have. But
I will send them to you. I will send them. It's just like there's so much of these things where people just go, this person's awesome and based, and you're like,
Yeah, I think that chat Larry had said like the Great Leap Forward is a huge lie and people like worship it or something like that.
nope, they're pretty shitty actually. If you like dig into like the when and the why and the how and the bodies that disappeared during these ruling and like why did these people disappear? And then they look into that and they go, oh shit, it's literally a lot of like Stalin was a horrific person. There's literally a book called like Hitler, Stalin, and Lenin.
Let me ask you this.
I
Do
think
you think that John Brown had some regressive ideas, potentially?
Are we talking about white John Brown or black slave John Brown, who was more based?
100%.
That- Either, sure.
White or black John Brown?
White.
Okay. White John Brown, abolitionist. White John Brown. Sorry, what's the question with White John Brown? I'm more of an expert in Black John Brown, who was a slave who was awesome and basic.
I was just trying to cheer us up.
The abolitionist guy started some
Put on
shit.
some old sad bastard music, see if I care.
Blue Room Stop. Beep, boop, boo. Beep, boop, boo. A lot of lefties love John Brown. They're like, John Brown, white John Brown is awesome. He's the best John Brown. And you're like, okay, well, he started a thing. It did a thing. And we talk about it. And good job. I prefer Black John Brown. Black John Brown was like a fucking hero. Black John Brown was a slave. Got traded around by fucking Dr. Dipshits.
Enjoying reading a reading stream twice a week about Fan Shen in China, and then again when it was time to try capitalism with Shin Fan. Has made me so much more supportive of Mao and Maoism. Yeah. Like, it vilified for succeeding, literally. Like, pulling just millions and millions of people out of poverty and starvation. White John Brown had black people with him. He tried to take Harper's Ferry with other black people. Right. This is a weird misdirection. Like, I asked a very direct question, and he, again, moved the goalpost. If this was supposed to be a serious thing, I think the sound alerts should have been off. Agree. I love the side jokes and silliness so much, but not for serious things. Yeah, no, it's very much distracting, and it's like it feels a little bit like a way for chat to bully someone, even if they're not reading chat. You know?
Survived torture being strung up over a flame to see if black skin was thicker than white skin, which of course we know is not true, but like to this day, 1/3 of white doctors who graduate medical school think that black people have thicker skin and feel less pain. Black John Brown was part of that. He was hung over flames for torture during slavery. He escaped. He got captured again.
I'm sorry, I need to listen to this again. Is he saying that White John Brown tortured people? Is that what he's saying? I need to...
Black John Brown was a slave, got traded around by fucking Dr. Dipshits, survived torture being strung up over a flame to see if black skin was thicker than white skin, which of course we know is not true, but like to this day, 1/3 of white doctors who graduate medical school think that black people have thicker skin and feel less pain. Black John Brown was part of that. He was hung over flames for torture during slavery. He escaped. He got captured again, got brought back.
I don't know if you're supposed to put your contour on before the rest of your makeup or after the rest of your makeup, but it doesn't matter because men are stupid. So long as you look like a newborn baby, they are willing to mate with you. I'm poor, so I have this contour palette and this contour stick. I regret buying both. I must warn you, the transition from beginning to end might be startling. First things first, check your flesh. As you can see here, I have no flesh. Contouring is a very dangerous game. Once, a man walked in on me while I was contouring. I had to pretend I was schizophrenic so he'd think that I was playing in cat shit and he'd leave me alone. It was a sad day. If the men find out we can shapeshift, they're going to tell the church. Eliminate the nose. You can pretend that you have no nostrils. Men will be bewitched and hand over their wallets. Men don't like nostrils. You want to look like a pterodactyl. Men love pterodactyls. Beautiful.
What's happening? That's the nostrils redeem. We haven't had that one in a while. I just love it. I just think it's so funny. Men love pterodactyls.
He eventually escaped to France, where he married a woman and lived out the rest of his days for like 20 years as like a French citizen, like living his best life. Black John Brown, way better.
Right. I believe that. The question was...
Sorry, yeah.
Why John Brown, do you think he could have been kind of regressive and like not totally like the perfect revolutionary that you would want?
It's such a direct question. It's a pretty simple question.
Do you think he would be like pro-trans?
In that time of the year? No, not at all. Nope.
In that time of the year, spring?
Right. So like things are contextual within their historical context.
Correct. But
stuff.
why are we double tapping people in Russia for communism?
So anyway, back to the fucking point. Yeah. Oh yeah, happy Pride Month, by the way.
And why?
Wait, sorry, you cut out. What?
And like sometimes
yeah, this is redolent thought.
Revolution isn't pretty. Like
rodent thought.
Sometimes you make hard decisions.
100%.
Like
that's why the Bolshevik success in 1917 was repurposed for fascist ideals like 40 years later. There was a party called the Bolsheviks who was like, we're going to take the progressive part that would happen in 1917 and we're going to repurpose that for our fascist ideals. And then they gained traction in like the 1990s under people like Alexander Dugin as the Bolsheviks. So like a lot of people who think that Russian Bolsheviks ideals is awesome and base got repurposed by Alexander Dugin, a fucking Nazi fascist piece of shit, in the 90s.
And that's why the Bolsheviks, yeah, I don't know. This lost me a little bit.
And they're like, oh, the Bolshevik Party. And you're like, no, it doesn't have anything to do with 1917. They did this intentionally so people read about Bolsheviks and go, that's awesome. I love the Bolsheviks. Like, in Russia, that repurpose, like, that's the whole point. Alexander Dugin, it literally does nothing but, like, read about this shit and knows how to do propaganda. So when I have to argue with somebody on Twitch about, like, the Bolshevik Party and
They're called National Bolsheviks.
Heedless travelers.
Yo, Kel.
There is no place for the living anymore.
They're called National Bolsheviks, and they were called out by plenty of Russian communists. Right. Yeah. Of course they were. Kel, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, we had a good rest of your stream. Welcome in, everybody. We're talking about Ukraine, Russia. Via my debate that I had with Redolent Thought on Monday, I think. Just a fair warning, I was drunk, sleep deprived, and completely unprepared for a debate. I did not know this was going to be a debate. It's about to get spicy in the next hour or so.
Russia being awesome and base.
Is this communism? Yes. You found the communism.
Because of the Bolsheviks in 1917. I'm like, oh, you sweet summer child. You have no idea that the person doing this shit is like the Nazi fucking motherfucker. He's like the Hitler of Russia. He's the one doing the Bolshevik party shit. Like, that's the part where I get like embarrassed.
Sounds like we're double tapping Russia for the wrong reasons because we listened to Dugin repeat Nazi thought on Nazi coin term Holodomor. Yes. He really just assumes that we're Duginists, but we're not Duginists. So I don't know. It's really a straw man here. Thank you for the prime. Wait, where's my alert? Firebot? Thank you. Thank you for subby. What's this dude's deal? I think just a shitload of Western propaganda is the thing.
Having to like shout it.
Is there a speed button? We can do that. Who's calling people Duganist? Redolent is. We're about to get to it. Hold on. Let me speed this up a little bit.
People in Twitch who've like read like 2 sentences instead of like 10 fucking books that I've read.
I mean, the people you are talking to do know who Dugin is and are not Duganists.
That's okay. That's fine. But at the same time, when they're like, "Oh, you've read one book," and I'm like, you're not arguing with the words I'm saying. You're arguing with like the things that you just want to defend. And like, I literally asked like the one person that like really pissed me off in that night was,
Does Redolent think we solved racism and beat Medicare? I think, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of liberal opinions there. Not just this one.
It's like, what did I say that you can refute? And they said that I was a fucking idiot. And I was like, okay, all right, great.
That's not what they said. They didn't say that.
Yeah, that's not great, you know? I mean, I would expect more, but, you know, we all have our limits.
Yeah, no, like I said, I equated your chat that night to the reason why I was like,
yeah, like I do expect more, and also chat did more. They said so many more things. So
like, well, all right, well, I'm just gonna be a baby and block Lainey because she didn't defend me enough and blah blah blah. Like, I understand that part. I was like, I was being a bit of a baby. And I regretted it, and then I woke up and I was like, you know, like when you have those nights where you like wake up and you're like,
Jeff Bezos came,
I feel
Bill
bad
Gates
about
came,
shit that happened with
Mark
my
Zuckerberg
friends.
Came,
Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Everybody's coming. Is that what? That was the alert. That was just the alert from the Prime. It was just so delayed. Thank you for the follow.
It's like if you like whether you're getting drunk or something, you're just like, I feel bad. I was like, I feel bad. So when someone was like, I think Siggy was like, Lainey misses you, and I was like, I live inside Miss Lainey. Ah! Like, but at the same time, I was like, I spelt out my opinions and thoughts in long-term form, and the thing that happens when you explain, as a lefty explaining to like chuds, when you explain shit to a
And I love you.
And I love you. Brother, point to the USSR and ask how much capitalist-style imperialism.
About your hero Obama.
He's not my hero. I'm a communist, you idiot.
Chat, chill. How much capitalist-style imperialism was inflicted on the Eastern Bloc, but aim for sources that are neither Russian language nor English. Just saying. Yeah.
Chud, and their response is like half a sentence, you're fucking wrong, bro, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, okay, when a chud gives you a homework assignment and you type out an essay, and then they just go,
Yeah, just calling all of my chat chuds is, again, it's a little out of pocket.
bro, they give you this much, and then you go, this, and they go, this. That happened like 3 or 4 times with 1 or 2 people in the chat where I was,
If Stalin was so bad, how could he grow such an awesome mustache? Exactly.
just like, these people are fucking idiots and I don't care. And then now they're just being like chud loser Putin apologists basically. And I was like, I don't care about these idiots. That was my thing. I don't know. And I felt
I mean,
like, and I felt
I don't
like,
think they're chuds. Like I don't host chuds. I don't keep a pet. I don't.
I did learn Dolly was a fascist. Yeah, no, I learned that a long time ago. Also, I was literally in chat when you learned that. I was literally there. You don't even care. It's like you don't even care. Hello.
That's not it.
based on their words, I think they're fashy Russian chuds, and I don't.
Fashy Russian chuds. They're all fashy Russian chuds because he read some sentences in chat that he didn't like.
Tie them to anything to you because I just want you and me to be friends. And like, for instance, we all hate Samson together, right? Samson's a piece of shit. We all learned that. So we just move forward. You can't control all your
chatters. It seems like Samson was trying.
Samson sucks, and that's it. That's it. I don't even remember the names of those 2 idiots who didn't know anything about any.
Samson got dogpiled for like 4 hours. It didn't even seem like they did anything that bad.
History. They just talked bullshit spell and talking points, and I feel bad for them.
Samson is just a chatter.
And they don't understand history, and we move past that.
Yeah, too old. It's like that.
Do you think it's possible that they've just simply read different literature? Because
I would like to know
I
that
remember
literature.
at least one of those
What the fuck is a Stalin talking point? Excellent question. Another excellent question.
people, and I know that he's very well read.
I would like to know the literature that he read that ignores a lot of everybody else's history on that part of the world. I like here's a homework assignment, I guess. I will do it. Find out if you remember. I don't remember their names. If you know their names, ask them privately.
Yeah, so I did send him a couple books. The Counter-Revolution of 1776 by Gerald Horne and Domenico Lacerdo's History and Critique of Stalin, A Black Legend, something like that. I forget the whole title. Let me see.
Or on stream, I don't care. What they've read, I will read what they've read. I will look it up and put the work in. I don't care if it's 500 fucking pages, 1,000 pages, or 200 pages. I will read the work. Russia is a fascist fucking shithole of a country
I got it right.
that we are all getting fucked over by now because they are working.
I did get it right. This is one of the best books I've ever fucking read. It's really good. Domenico Lacerdo.
On different ideals that are based in like anti-Semitism, anti-fucking reality. Putin like walked over Tucker Carlson with his like history lesson that was based on like none of what he said in that history lesson was fucking real. He just made that shit up. He has quadrants of Russian history that he makes up.
A fascist shithole that we decided to work with for decades. Curious. Yeah. Hi, Night Rider.
So, like, no one in my chat is pro-Putin. No one likes Putin.
Okay.
It's not even close.
Also, like, obligatory calling anything a shithole country is sort of like a chud dog whistle. If we're just calling people chuds, I mean, that's a downright Nazi thing to say.
They may be Stalinists. That's not something I'm going to ban someone for.
I was talking about Stalin that night, though. I'm sorry, I was talking about Putin that night.
Just Putin. So yeah, I don't think they are all anti-Putin. They would like to see a socialist Russia again. Is the thing that they're on? It's not that Putin is good or anything, but our primary concern is American imperialism because we are in the imperial core, and that is where we can touch things and affect them. You know.
Yep. Yes, I agree. But when you have Alexander Dugin, who is the third highest up
again, none of us are Duginists
in Putin's ranks of like philosophers, and Dugin's entire thing is like. From the 80s and 90s, he was like, I will return Russia to a fascist state. And he's been successful in that. And when you have Ivan Ilyich...
If the U.S. is fighting the devil, then I'm on the side of the devil. Yes.
And Dugin as your two main voices that are guiding Putin, if you don't realize these things and you don't read about these two people and you don't understand these things about this, and then you just go, no, Russia's cool and based. Like, I'm not talking about the Russian people who feel like oppressed by this shit. I feel like it's the same thing with Israel. The people in power are fascist fucking people who... look at the world in different places, and Russia is a very unique place because they see their opponents as they see.
Wait, are you? I'm sorry. Are you comparing Russia and Israel?
Right now, yes, absolutely.
Can we just acknowledge that Zelensky literally said that he wants Ukraine to be a big Israel?
I've missed that. I don't know if he's like doing that for political reasons, but
verbatim,
Russia and Israel parallels are like 1-to-1 right now. So I don't know if like Zelensky is like doing a reaching out because he's literally getting bombed right and left while
it's not new. It's not just Zelensky.
Yeah, no, he's very pro-Israel. Yeah, how can you not know that at all? Like, if you know so much about Ukraine, how do you not know?
Yeah, there's a long history of Nazism in Ukraine, and this is just an extension of that legacy, which it enforces NATO and Western power, right?
Like we have a long Nazi history in America.
Extremely bad faith.
America, like this country sucks.
Of course.
The people who claim.
Yes, and me just being like, okay, yeah, yep. He's trying to get me to say that. Like Mexico shouldn't invade America because we have Nazis. I'm not saying they should, but if they do, I'm not stopping them. I'm not getting in the way. Absolutely not. I don't think I will. I'm not. No.
Nazism as a reason to invade is Putin propaganda. Putin literally says, like, I have to defend these people who want to come back to Mother Russia.
I'm not saying it's a reason to invade. I'm saying it's a reason that they're similar to Israel.
Who? Ukraine?
Ukraine, yes.
Oof, no, I disagree. Just because there are some, like, Nazi-adjacent people in Ukraine doesn't make their government, doesn't make Zelensky and, like, the...
No, the whole government is, literally.
Quite literally filled to the brim with Nazis. What if we had a little intermission? Chat, I need more wine. We're about halfway. I think it's about time for a break.
I love your fascism and your dick. Wasn't Tantra invented here?
Angel on the
Yeehaw, fuck the law, fuck 12, fuck the cops, fuck politicians too. Donald Trump, fuck you. Joe Biden and everyone else. Time to put the ass on the shelf. Time to take the power back to us. When you see pig, this is how you say what's up. I said oink, oink, piggy, piggy. We gon' make your life shitty. Every town and every city. And who gon'
I need more. Better. Yes.
Andrew Dean.
Strapped up boy, yeah, you know I'm a Maoist. Run up on me, find out I'm about it. Got a red book and I can't leave without it. Glock in the party, oh my god, I'm the loudest. Still graduated, selling dope, I'm the proudest. I just stay quiet, I just wanna riot. I'm so defiant, they dope you up and turn you to a client. They dope you up and turn. Strapped up boy, yeah, you know I'm a Maoist. Run up on me, find out I'm about it. Got a red book and I can't leave without it. Glock in the party, oh my god, I'm the loudest. Still graduated, selling dope, I'm the proudest. I just stay quiet, I just wanna riot. I'm so defiant, they dope you up and turn you to a client. They dope you up and turn you to a no one. Say no to drugs, but you know I'm a raw one. Bend you and twist you and make you a person. Working and slaving, no, that's not a purpose. Money and products, man, that's just a surface. Know that it's wrong, but you still gonna purchase. Don't even matter, get clean at the churches. Don't even matter, get clean at the churches. Drugs in the wig got me driving all nervous. I'm with the boys and we look like a circus. I'm with the boys and we really be on it. Might take your things, I just wanna be honest. Strapped up boy, yeah, you know I'm a Maoist. Run up on me, find out I'm about it. Got a red book and I can't leave without it. Glock in the party, oh my god, I'm the loudest. Still graduated, selling dope, I'm the proudest. I just stay quiet, I just wanna.
What do you mean, quinoa? Yeah. They're not they're not actual communists. They steal the aesthetics and wear it like a skin suit. History K love. All right, let's finish this torture. God.
He says wants Ukraine to become a big Israel. All right, Globus, give me 1 second.
Thanks, Globus.
Let's see what we got.
This was pre-genocide, to be fair. This was 2022. I mean,
2022.
You know, many incursions in the Gaza Strip, but still, pre-big genocide.
So, okay. So this is 2022. I thought this was like today that I didn't hear about this. So 2022, why are we hearing about this suddenly now? For the propaganda reasons after Putin just did a fucking huge attack on Ukraine to the point that even...
Propaganda reasons. They published this for propaganda. What do you mean? He said it. He said that.
Donald Trump, piece of shit, garbage fuck, loser, fascist authoritarian, goes, that's crazy that Putin did that. Like he said that yesterday.
Time travel propaganda.
Okay. So I thought this was in like
it is crazy that he did that.
It is. No, it is. That's exactly right. But like this is from like this is from like
yeah. Why we aren't just hearing about this? You are like
3 years ago.
Is that justifiable? It's still an ethno state in 2022. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's just interesting that like we're talking about like Ukraine's idea
of a whole apartheid state
versus
hold on, he says. hold on. I'm trying to figure out how to justify Ukraine wanting to be an apartheid. Hold on.
That's exactly right. But like this is from like 3 years ago.
Is that justifiable? It's still an ethno state in 2022. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's just interesting that like we're talking about like Ukraine's idea
a
of
whole
Nazis
apartheid state
versus hold on. We have a big Israel with its own face after the Russian invasion. Official website Tuesdays. Ukraine post-conflict future involving armed forces in all institutions, supermarkets, cinemas, where there'll be people with weapons.
This made me so mad. This made me so mad. Oh my god.
Based on that first paragraph there, we can.
No, I'm not saying Ukraine is an apartheid state. I'm saying it wants to be one, because that's what that means when Zelensky says, I want Ukraine to be a big Israel. He's saying that directly. Yeah, also, yeah, the Ukraine has a right to defend itself. Also has the backing of Western powers. There's a lot that goes along with being like Israel. None of it's good.
Can't compare their experiences to ours in America. I'm going to give me 2 more seconds. Doctor, how you doing? Rest in peace, Ben. Who's Ben with 2 N's? Did we lose a Ben? Shit. Who's
an
Ben
armed
with 2 N's?
populace, not an apartheid state? That's the same thing.
Hang on.
What do you mean? What you're talking about America, which is just full of militias. Hello? What do you think that looks like? An armed populace.
Which paragraph? Which paragraph are we talking about? Or chat? Sorry, I'm catching up on
I
stuff.
was talking to Globus.
Oh, Globus, you piece of shit, Globus.
No, I love Globus. I'm sorry, I'm heated.
Because real comment has to do with an
Sorry, Globus.
armed populace, not an apartheid state. In Israel,
Literally, talking about having an armed person in every building, every market, every cinema is not just having an armed populace. That's not what that means.
armed civilians, settlers, and soldiers are commonplace, and government invokes security frequently. Zelensky, who is Jewish, has on several occasions stressed the importance of maintaining close ties with Israel, which he hailed as a model for Ukraine. So
you're right. Fascism has nothing to do with arming the populace and keeping every fucking building armed to the teeth. There's no relation. You're right. So great point.
So here's what I'm like. Without reading the rest of this, I would say. So it sounds like in 2022, Zelensky had Zionist ideals and thoughts as a just turned into president of the country from an actor. He was a Zionist, and then in the last 2.5 to 3 years, maybe he has seen the problem in those thoughts as his country has been the target of relentless war and attacks for certain reasons. I'd be curious to see
kind of like Israel, kind of like Netanyahu would say.
Wait, what?
Oh, his country is just under attack for no reason. No one knows why.
Wait. So as a stream here that is obviously like Israel's committing a genocide, we are pro-Gaza, pro-Palestinian people on the stream. Are you trying to compare that to the people in Ukraine being like Israeli?
Being Nazi, having Nazis. Yeah. Yes.
So this is the tanky mindset. This is the
oh, you made an apt comparison. You're tanky.
This is I don't understand how like people can go Gaza genocide is bad, but also I stand for like the Russians invading Ukraine.
Nazis.
I don't understand. I don't understand this.
I never said that.
I don't understand how you're defending like Russia like invading Ukraine.
I don't understand how you're defending Nazis. Literally, I want to be the big Israel, and you're like, yeah, that seems good. We should let them do that.
Do you think there's more Nazis in Russia or Ukraine?
By number, or
by
are we
ideology,
talking
by Nazi, by like the
I wanted to know per capita or by number because that's important. Notably, Russia is a bigger country. There's more people there, so
the concepts running, the fascist concepts running through their nation. Nazism is running through Russia rampantly. thanks to people like Ivan Ilyin in the 20th century and Alexander Dugin in the late 20th century into the 21st century. The Nazism in Russia drives Putin's ideology. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. The fascist scholars are like, the most fascist place in the world right now is Russia. Like there's no arguing this. Russia with their leaders is a shithole Nazi.
He is reading something. You're right.
Fucking horrible fucking hornet's nest of like Nazi ideology. So when people
I
defend,
think there's so many more Nazis in Ukraine and the West at large, which are backing them.
not at all. That is Russian propaganda to a small sect in the northeast.
Okay, so Nazism is both running rampant in Russia, but the propaganda in Russia is that they're not Nazi. Did I get that right?
Eastern part that they started this entire thing with to say, hey, those people are Nazis as fuck. So here's our reason for having to invade them, to save Ukrainians that we just want to like liberate from Nazis. Like,
so what about when Zelensky...
Did he prepare a script to read and then ambush you? It seems that way a little bit. At least a little bit.
Zelensky wants to kill all Russian people, all the Russian-speaking people in Donbass. Is that fine?
when and where did he say that?
He did it for years.
When and where did he say everyone in Donbass needs to be exterminated?
2014, I think.
Was Zelensky in power in 2014? He was
Brother,
an actor.
I don't remember.
He was an actor in 2014. He was a nobody in 2014. He had no power in 2014.
I don't remember the year. I don't remember the year.
He
may
no
have not been
power.
Zelensky, but that has been the Ukrainian government's policy.
The person who left the country before Zelensky was elected as the president, he didn't just like show up and become president. He was elected to be president. Before him, the president of Ukraine,
elected, so much democracy,
was Russians used him as a tool. Outsiders in the West said that he was a Ukrainian stand no matter what. That guy ran to Russia afterward and asked for political asylum because he was a tool for Russian.
The American State Department took over Ukraine in 2014, right? Literally, that was the entire purpose of the Euromaidan coup, which he seemed to not even recognize as an event. He thinks, I guess, that it was a revolution or something.
Propaganda by Putin. He ran to Russia. He went to Russia immediately after getting kicked out of the government. They're like, oh, this person's a piece of shit. And he ran to Russia. Normally when you get accused of things of being a puppet for someone, if you're not a puppet for that person, you don't go to that country. He went immediately to Russia. And the West, specifically Donald Trump, who loves Putin.
But haven't they suspended elections for years now? Yes, they sure have. Yeah, no elections or democracy. Exactly.
Putin loves to still use the
I think it's all elections.
False accusation that that guy was very corrupt.
Didn't he run to Russia because the Euromaidan coup happened?
Wait, say that again?
He ran to Russia because there was a coup staged by the West, literally America. We did that shit.
No, he ran to Russia because Russia was going to protect him because he was a corrupt politician who was working for Russia as a Ukrainian, doing propaganda for Russia. That's why he went to Russia. When he was accused of propaganda, he ran to Russia because he was like, I'll be safe because I did work for Russian propaganda.
Five Eyes quite literally they've released the documents about orchestrating the Euromaidan coup. What would you do? Would you go back to the West where they're actively trying to put your head on a spike? Or not that?
Who do you think shot those sniper bullets in 2014?
Doesn't answer the question. I feel like that was a good question. Would you go back to where they're trying to execute you, or would you go somewhere else, maybe? I'm just wondering.
Who do you think shot those sniper bullets?
He's trying to be socially mean to you and trigger anxiety. Well, it worked. Boy, did it work. Literally.
Which, what?
Okay, let me pull something up. Let's see if I can find it.
Secret Russians. Yeah. Yeah. It's always secret Russians. They're behind you right now. Don't look.
Oh, sorry, ads. Let's see if I can get through these
Yes.
ads.
So the last president of Ukraine literally was like, "Your kids will cower in basements while ours will attend schools." Is that like, we should just let that fly, or
Say that again.
which the whole thing?
The quote. Say it again. So
Your kids will cower in basements while ours attend schools.
So this is the person who ran to Russia for protection. So what are they referencing? What year was that quote? He literally ran to Russia. I don't understand. The guy before Zelensky was a corrupt piece of shit who gave Putin everything he wanted. The Ukrainians hated him. He was corrupt as fuck. So him giving any quote for any kind of thing is like, I don't give a shit, whatever he was talking about.
So the Nazi actor is not corrupt, but the previous guy who ran to Russia is corrupt.
That's you saying that Zelensky is a Nazi, right?
He is.
Okay. That sounds very Putin-esque. I don't know. Give me something to work off on that angle.
That's Putin-esque. That's the entire argument. Let's look at active fascist movements today in a world. Electoralism. Now find me one that is neither at war with Russia nor where the movement's leaders draw material support from Putin and Russia. Actually, sincerely. Fascist movements in electoralism. Proposing that Putin learned from the U.S. Does this defend Ukraine? Nope. They have their own fascist infestation, and I'll defer to your education on that. So, what? Can you be specific? Like name some fascist governments receiving material support right now.
Give me something to work off on that angle.
I really feel like you don't even want to see my point of view.
I'm not going to accept Zelensky as a Nazi because that's a Putin talking point. If you have Zelensky talking points for he's a Nazi and here's his Nazi things while defending a country regime that is led by a dictator.
The Azov Battalion was a militia, which he made part of the whole army. Is that not? They're Nazis, by the way.
Okay, so when you watch a Haas infrared stream, are you like, this is a base as fuck stream?
I've never seen a Haas infrared stream.
That's just a basic fact about the Ukrainian military. And suddenly I'm a Haas watcher.
So these
in my life,
these are talking points that they used to accrue, these were bullshit claims that Haas Infrared made with Jackson. What's Jackson's fucking Jack?
So tomorrow, if
blah.
Trump just recruits
far-right football hooligan faction, right.
the fucking Proud Boys or whatever, the fucking whatever militia into the actual army, you think that's fine and cool.
I think he's a Nazi already. I don't understand what this gish galloping is. He is.
It's not gish gallop. That's a direct comparison.
I don't understand how you're saying if he pulls in even more Nazis into his regime, will you not think he's a Nazi? I've thought Donald Trump was a Nazi for a long, long time. I don't understand what this comparison is. This is a bad argument.
Think that Zelensky's a Nazi for working with Nazis? I don't know.
Show me when and why they used working with that militia? Were they using that militia because just like the American...
This is about to be... Strap in. This is the wildest thing I've ever heard.
In American history, how much do you know about American history during like the Revolutionary War?
Decent amount.
Okay. Do you know who fought for black soldiers to be able to fight during the Revolutionary War?
Who?
Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin, the old man who was basically dying, was like, we need to have these soldiers, and here's the reasons why. The reasons why is because we didn't have enough fucking soldiers and we were going to lose. We had a lot of black soldiers, and Ben Franklin was the only person who was like, hey, motherfuckers, we're losing stupid wars that we shouldn't fucking lose, you racist piece of shits. Let's fucking go. And in this different climate, not a one-to-one comparison, he convinced the American powers that be to pull in soldiers that most Americans wanted nothing to do with. He offered them. He was the one who was like, we're going to offer them citizenship, et cetera, et cetera.
He insists that I don't understand the argument. I very much understand the argument. The argument is sometimes you have to work with unsavory characters, such as Nazis or enslaved black people. Which is incredibly fucking racist.
The reason why it's not a one-to-one comparison, and this is why history is always gray area, is America won wars because they brought in people they didn't want to fuck with to fight their wars. If Zelensky at some point was like, hey, this militia seems to know what they're doing, and I have grandmas shooting people from fucking like 5th floor sniper rifles who've never shot a gun before.
The most absurd caricature of Ben Franklin, too, aside from everything else. Right, yeah. The famous anti-racist Benjamin Franklin, who I'm pretty sure also owned slaves. Didn't he also have slaves? America won wars? Question mark, right. Because they didn't want to bring in people they didn't want to fuck with. Right. Yeah, it just... The circular logic, it's really confounding. Like, it really hurt my brain. Like, I started getting a migraine at this point. Does he think black people fighting for the 1776 counter-revolution was progressive and doing them a fucking favor? Yes. Yes, I think he does. Yeah. This reminds me of my Finnish friend bending over backwards defending Nazi support of Mannerheim's Finland. Christ. Wow. Yeah, like, what do you mean? My face.
Whether that's true or not, like, I don't know.
Stop.
I'm saying.
You are comparing the conscription of slaves into army, the Army of America to fight in the what? The Confederate War, the Revolutionary War.
Not conscription. Not conscription.
You think this was willing? Oh, because they got citizenship. You're being so racist. I can't even.
The complete opposite of being racist. I was telling you that Ben Franklin was like.
Benjamin Franklin was inclusion. He did DEI for the military. Yeah.
Like, hey, you racist piece of shits, we need these people to fight or we're going to lose. And America fought them off until they were losing so many wars, they decided to stop being a racist piece of shit. It's literally the opposite of what I was saying. And the fact that you interpreted it that way is what I'm trying to say to you with, like, fuck those people in your chat who are like, oh, this guy read one book, so he's a fucking, like, scholar. Fuck you. Like, that's, like, you literally took the fucking worst interpretation and eliminated all context of what I was saying.
No, it's still bad. Even
no shit,
understanding
it's
the
bad.
context of
This
what
is
you're
history.
saying.
This is history. Of course I know the fucking history. That's why I fucking said it, lady.
You're saying
where I want, and let's go.
Sometimes you have to work with people you don't want to, i.e. Nazis. That's not...
Do you think America in the 18th century wanted to work with black people to like beat the British? Yes or no? Do you think British, like white people in America in the 18th century wanted to have black people help them get freedom? Yes or no? You know the answer. So
the Revolutionary War was for our control over the chattel slave trade. That was the whole purpose.
I'm not
Whether
arguing
we
against that.
conscripted into
You're not
this
understanding my
war,
argument. You're not understanding my argument.
No, I understand it perfectly well. Maybe you should say it better. Maybe you should say different words if you don't mean that, actually. My specific thesis is that Putin's Russia uses fascist movements abroad to pry open foreign markets to Russian national finance capital. Russian national finance capital. Do you mean he's trying to increase the Russian GDP? Because you just described every country in the world.
Lainey, you're not understanding the argument. No shit. Chattel slavery was a huge part of the Revolutionary War. That was a big part of it. There were a few other big parts of it. I'm sorry. How you doing? America did not want to admit that a huge portion of their population was needed to beat the British when they decided, I've had enough. I have to fight against this oppressive British state. We didn't have the numbers. So Ben Franklin, old Ben Franklin, like fucking like dying of like 5 different things.
By the way, pro-slavery.
Everyone back then was pro-slavery. There were very few people who were not pro-slavery. Ben Franklin was the person who brought to the fucking situation.
Well, they were all pro-slavery. Oh, it just keeps getting worse. He's really like digging a hole here, and I didn't have to do anything at all. He talks about we as if he is the state, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. America was capitalism before the revolution and capitalism after the revolution. It was simply that they wanted to be a stronger capitalist power than the UK, right? UK was on the way of abolishing slavery and the US wanted to keep it. Exactly. Yeah, like we wanted to control it while they were like getting rid of it. And that was, it wasn't fucking about taxes. Like, he probably thinks that too, honestly. They were all pro-slavery. Remember how this conversation was started with John Brown? Right. Right?
Hey, dipshits, we're going to lose. We need to give black people the option to fight for us. Give them a gun, which was a huge part of this problem. They did not want to give black people guns. Give them guns, help them fight, and they can have freedom. The rest of the country was like, fuck that shit. And for 12 years after he proposed that, we still fought that kind of shit. There were different moments in our history where people were like, hey, we're going to just do this not on a federal level, but we're getting fucked down here, so we're going to give black people guns and they can fight for us. Thanks. Yep, we're on board. Okay, let's go. Like, America, like...
So in Ukraine, the black people are the Azov battalion. That's the comparison.
No.
Just to be very clear.
No. I'm using the propaganda that is used by the people in power to shape the narrative of their...
No, that is the comparison. No, it is the comparison. It is literally the comparison.
Their struggle amongst the people who are making these decisions. So when I hear that, like, oh my God, all of Ukraine deserves to get fucking invaded because there are some Nazis in the Northeast, like, fuck that shit. Like, that is such an equal... Like, you know what? I agree when I say, like,
no,
yeah... There's
not just some Nazis. The government of Ukraine systematically cleansing Russian speakers.
Yeah, there's a ton of Nazis in the American government. I would love to have American government have a problem with, like, people who are Nazi adjacent not being in our government. So if Zelensky was the one who called it out, which, by the way, that battalion was in place...
What is that sentence? I would love to have a Wait... He's so verbose in a way that I think is on purpose to obfuscate his point, like not to be clearer, but to add distraction, frills.
And I say, like,
no,
yeah, there's
not just some Nazis. The government of Ukraine systematically cleansing Russian speakers.
Yeah, there's a ton of Nazis in the American government. I would love to have American government have a problem with, like, people who are Nazi adjacent not being in our government. So if Zelensky was the one who called it out, which, by the way, that battalion was in place way before Zelensky was president. They've always been there for decades and decades. Those people have been there just like they have been in the fucking South,
This is not... It's not the same, them being there, as being part of the Ukrainian military. And I think he knows what I was saying.
Nazi adjacent 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, go down.
Yeah, they can just keep doing their little Nazis training for children in summer camp. It's so cool that the children can learn how to be Nazis.
So
their freedom.
Yeah, when you use a Russian talking point for a reason for invading Ukraine, when the point of invading Ukraine is to get Kiev back to Mother Russia, which is the only goal of Putin. Putin says, "I'm going to use everything. I'm saving the Ukrainian people by protecting them from like the Nazis in the Donbass region." Like that is such a just farcical, like made up Putin shit. Putin also believes that Russians are from the earth and
yeah, he absolutely ignored what I said about cleansing Russian speakers entirely. Wasn't there a Vice video about Nazi training camps a few years ago? Yeah. We watched it recently. We can watch it again if someone has the link.
Jews are from the ocean. They're like mermaid type people. And we have to figure out our fantasy battle wars because of this, because space lasers from like 1380 blasted and Putin has to listen to Ivan
never
Ilyin.
endorsed Putin. Not one time did I endorse Putin during this conversation, but you're just putting that on me because I'm against Nazis.
No, you've endorsed his talking point in his entire reason for invading Ukraine. He says, Putin says, complaining Laney, he says that
Putin says
the reason for invading them.
He also says at the end of this conversation, was I yelling? Oh, was I yelling?
Is because the Ukrainian people living in that region that you keep talking about belong to Mother Russia, and that they are using Nazis as an excuse to defend invading a people who live there. And if you look at the times and stories of night bombing, it doesn't work out the way that warfare works out. Putin is just there's Nazis there.
Night bombing. Bombing at night. Famously never happened in war. First time, most evil, most fascist. Didn't find the Vice, but I found this. Thank you. Perfect.
As an excuse, as a propagandic excuse to invade Ukraine. And he's ignoring international law, which he doesn't give a shit about. He couldn't give a fuck about international law. International law post World War II, we were like, hey, this is bad. We should figure out a new way to do this. And Russia, thanks to the philosophy.
Yeah, so I kind of tapped out and gave up on speaking at this point. But so international law doesn't mean jack shit. Clearly, look at Gaza. Look at pretty much any case brought by all of the global South nations versus ones brought by Western nations. Just look at the outcomes real quick for me.
Philosophies of Ivan Ilyin and fucking Lev Gumilov, and now modern day fucking Nazi fuck Alexander Dugin, the most Nazi motherfucker in power, like in Russia. Like, people ignoring this shit and going like, oh, no, there's like Nazis in Ukraine, so it's cool that we're invading them. Like, it makes no sense. I don't understand this, like, this is cool when these people do this, but we also hate when, like, Israel's...
Yeah, we shouldn't have invaded Nazi Germany, actually. That was kind of fucked up when we... He's saying it's kind of fucked up when we invaded Nazi Germany.
Doing a genocide in Gaza. Like... Russia wants to kill everybody in Ukraine who's not on board with coming back to the amoeba-like state, which is what Putin says. He wants everyone, he goes, Russia is an amoeba, and we don't have to adhere to international law. We're going to just suck up and absorb anybody who we want to, because we are the one truth in this world, and everybody else is an outsider. That's the truth that they spell out, and they will never acquiesce to anything else. There is no dealing with Russia as like an equal person. They don't deal with American politicians as we're going to deal with you in like normal ways that other countries do. They deal with us as like, we are always the right and you are always wrong no matter what. No matter what we do, just like chuds in this country, we are...
Putin is an ex-KGB pencil pusher. The most dangerous of people, pencil pushers. What can they do with those pencils? Who knows? They might write something dangerous. They might gouge your eyes out.
Always going to be wrong. There is no winning over with Putin. He views the West, as pure evil, and we are like, no matter what, if we deal with them the way that we dealt with them in the
John Wick killed 3 men with a pencil. No, that's true.
the 2000s and the early, before he was president in 2012, he was saying you can view America. What was his quote? It was something like, you can view America as a superpower.
Yeah, Larry, a lot is happening. Never pulled the trigger, just sent people to do it. Had zero issue with it, dumbass. Look, you don't have to be rude. There's no reason to be rude. Would you like me to address the rest of your point? Like, it's very serious and very important, like you just came up with it yourself? Putin's propaganda is deep. If you don't fully understand, this situation is complex. Simple version, Putin invaded, Ukraine is defending. Right, so the shelling of Russian speakers is fine. You have no problem with that. If Putin wins, we could hit World War III. Right. It's not... The people who have actually dropped nukes, that might drop nukes, it's Putin. It must be Putin.
But they will always be something like, I can't remember the fucking quote. Anything he says is just made up bullshit. If you want to watch his interview with Tucker Carlson where he makes up 5 centuries of history, I will pause it and go over every single thing that he says wrong and just makes up.
Hey, Kingbirth.
If you want. He doesn't give a shit. He just makes shit up. He comes.
Is the West not fascist? No, it absolutely is fascist. Like, okay, Putin said it, but that doesn't mean that we should ignore the facts. Right. Like, have you considered that it's also true?
Comes from a place where Russia is always correct and the West is always wrong. We are an amoeba.
The West is always wrong. The West is always wrong.
Of truth. We are Terrans.
Again, if America is fighting the devil, then I'm on the side of the devil. Okay.
The West is full of Atlantean sea people who are not trustworthy because of anti-Semitic bullshit, so on and so forth. It is such childlike bullshit to like listen to anything that Putin says. And I know you're saying like I don't stand for Putin, but like the down trickle of like what he says is what happens with Russia. There's
Did he just read the word tyrant as Terrence? He sure did. Terrence.
No one in Russia who gets to say like, oh, Putin says this, but we're going to do this other.
My aunt and uncle lived and worked in Russia. Oh, cool. I visited twice and prayed in mosques there. Felt safer than around the American Nazis. Yeah, that's. Thank you for your experience. I believe that. There's a ton of really beautiful mosques in Russia. I've seen pictures of them. They're gorgeous. The architecture in Russia is so beautiful. The Kremlin, so much better than the White House. Are you kidding? Get out of here. And Congress, like, it's not even close. Like, the Kremlin is beautiful.
Thing. It comes from Putin. There's nothing else from Russia that's not Putin. So when he's doing horrible shit, that's Russia. There's no one going, you know what, I'm a based fucking Russian guy, political guy, and Putin lets me have my fun with like cool based shit. It comes from Putin. Him saying this is a fucking Nazi fucking area.
There's no dissent. No one says anything ever to Putin, ever. He just gives orders and everyone takes them. And that works out fine for decades. It's just fine, actually. Yeah.
And we have to stand for these people and liberate them. That's his excuse for getting Kiev. Putin only wants, his main goal is to get back Kiev. He thinks that he is the...
He really doesn't want to even learn anything about Russia.
The Russian... He legit thinks that he is the reincarnation of the first Christian Russian.
The idea is to crush the socialist elements of Ukraine by sandwiching them between 2 fascist states. What? What socialist elements? What socialist party is there in Ukraine? Can you name it?
circa 1000 AD, because Ivan Ilyin wrote about it.
He anywhere I
He
want,
what?
anytime I want.
Yeah. He thinks he is the reincarnation of the firstborn, the first Christian baptized in Russia, about 1000 AD. I think actually it's
Is this Radio Free Europe or?
I don't know what that means.
Didn't they ban any socialist and communist parties in 2022? Yeah, they did. A national socialist one. Yeah. Hey, Mortimer.
Is it a CIA outlet or is it a reputable source?
These are 998, I think, somewhere around 1000. Putin legit thinks he is the savior of Russia. Yeah.
Of course you don't know what Radio Free Europe is. Of course, right? He had no idea. He thinks it's a radio station.
This is not some radio thing. These are historians and
It's not some radio thing.
scholars and sociologists who write about this shit going, here's what Putin
It's free. It must be good.
actually believes.
Radio Free Asia and Radio Free Europe are news outlets literally funded directly by the CIA. It's not a secret.
Okay, so every historian is funded by the CIA?
That's not what I said.
So I'm asking you. Yes or no? So if I say like
Every historian?
so
no,
so if
that's not what I said.
So if
That's
I
not the words I said. That's not the sentence. Do you want me to repeat it?
It sounded like a whataboutism.
It's not what I was just asking your source.
Laney, it sounds like a whataboutism. I'll give you a list of sources. One of them is Ivan Ilyin himself.
Sounds like a whataboutism. It sounds like I don't know what you're talking about. Therefore, you're doing a whataboutism.
The one who was like Putin's main guy, who was like, "Here's how fascist leaders will take over Russia after the Russian, Soviet Union collapses. Here's the blueprint for how my guy is going to take over." That's
Yeah, no, like he's literally repeating State Department lines, but doesn't know where they came from. The source is most likely Radio Free Europe. Like
Ivan Ilyin.
science propaganda calling this is whataboutism.
Ivan Ilyin.
Yeah.
If you haven't read much on Ivan Ilyin, please read Ivan Ilyin's beliefs and books, and then read about the politicians who have written about him, sociologists who've written about him. He was a nothing burger.
Who is he talking about? I forgot already. One of them is here.
It's not what I was just asking your source.
Laney, it sounds like a whataboutism. I'll give you a list of sources. One of them is Ivan Ilyin himself, the one who was like Putin's main guy, who was like, "Here's how fascist leaders will take over Russia after the Russian, Soviet Union collapses. Here's the blueprint for how my guy is going to take over." That's Ivan Ilyin. Ivan Ilyin. If you haven't read much on Ivan Ilyin, please read Ivan Ilyin's beliefs and books, and then read about the politicians who have written about him.
You said something he asked you an unrelated question. That's literally whataboutism. Yeah, no, he's done that a lot.
Sociologists who've written about him. He was a nothing burger for a 20th century philosopher, and now he's the most important philosophizer. That's a billion.
What was chat like during this? A lot of questions. Someone kept asking me about shit. I don't even remember. It was like they were trying to do a gotcha, but I don't even remember what the fuck it was because it was so tangential. Oh, they were asking me about the I forget what it's called. Oh my god. The Russia group that's like allegedly Nazis. Wagner. The Wagner group. They kept trying to do like, well, there's Nazis there. What do you think about that? The Wagner group is not it's not an ideologically Nazi group. There are, however, Nazis in it. There are Nazis there. They exist there. But it's not an ideological group. It is a private military contractor, much like BlackRock, which we have here. It's kind of like that. So they're not vetting out all the guys, exactly.
Ted line. Philosophize with me. In the 21st century. He's the most important philosopher of the 21st century. Ivan Ilyin. Because Putin has decided that's my guy because he gives me a stonewall of this is my truth in a postmodern world, and I'm also armed with nuclear bombs, so you can't argue with me. Here's my truth, and you guys have to deal with like the bullshit fantasy world that I've built up.
Like BlackRock, but they work with Burkina Faso instead. Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Or like Contras or Hezbollah, yeah.
Ivan Ilyin is the most important person of the 21st century because everything he's written about is the things that steep, not just like fucking Russia. I don't give a fuck about that on a day-to-day. He's also the person whose philosophy has trickled down to fucking red
Blackwater, sorry. Yeah, no, I mix them up all the time.
pill bullshit. I have to like deal with like Andrew Tate because of Ivan Ilyin's fucking bullshit.
Andrew Tate came from Ivan Ilyin, apparently. That's his father. Never once heard Andrew Tate talk about a Russian. Literally not one time. Ever.
Like I have to deal with all these fucking like loser fucks in like Gamergate because of Ivan Ilyin.
This was a hard watch. Yeah, it's painful for me too.
Billy, that's the spelling. Yep. Ivan Ilyin is the most important like voice of the 21st century. He was like a mid-tier, never met Hitler. They kind of had like a weird respect without knowing each other kind of shit. And in Putin was like, I love this guy so much. He was exiled. He died in 1953. He was exiled from Russia. Putin in 2004 was like, this is my guy.
Globus described it as an ambush. It felt like an ambush, but did he know it was going to be one?
I'm going to like do a whole like bring his body back to Russia and we're going to worship him. We're going to eliminate actual education and we're going to teach every.
I vote you never do a discussion like this unless it's on your stream with Redderland. Yeah, no, that's my plan.
Thing about Ivan Ilyin. Oh, I like this Gumalov guy who was.
I was there. Yeah, no, I remember. I remember you were like the one of two people on my side.
Also fucking exiled from Russia. He's also going to now, we're going to teach his thoughts about fucking space laser energy beams blasting into fucking different parts of the world.
You mean you ambushed him? I mean, kind of.
Imparting like, some people don't, what was his thing? His thing was like, some people absorb energy.
No, there's a lot of misogyny throughout.
From space better than others, and the ones who absorb it better are the leaders. That just sounds like a bullshit to bypass actual meritocracy. That's what that sounds like to me. Putin loves Ivan Ilyin, fucking Lev Gumalov, and fucking Alexander Dugin. Alexander Dugin is literally just, what's up, Juice? Alexander Dugin literally just takes Nazi ideology and slaps fucking Russian folklore on top of it, so it's not Nazi shit. Like, Russia is the most Nazi fucking fascist fucking country on the planet, and people defending any
most Nazi, most fascist country. Is that right? Is that right? You live in America. You live in America. America.
thing that Russia does is absurd to me. And I'm like, here are 30 books to read.
Mm-hmm. I have not heard him talk about the USA like this. Not once.
Please, before we argue about like that, like.
I can give you two in return.
Okay, I'll read them, and I'll read them. I'll read them, and then we'll talk.
As much as it's been so much fun to be yelled at for the last hour or whatever, I think I got to go to bed, actually.
Was I yelling
My
at you?
Uber is here.
Was I yelling at you?
A little bit.
Was I yelling at you?
I haven't spoken for like 10 minutes, at least.
You have 10 minutes to yell at me.
I'd really rather not.
4 minutes to yell at me.
I'd really rather not.
I think
I was so trying to just leave. I'm just like, bye. Okay, bye. My Uber is here.
I've kind of spoken my piece here.
I'm good.
I think we should be so much more concerned about American fascism. And we should have been for the last 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, 70 years. Russia has been the fucking specter that haunts America. Like, let it go, man. They're not coming for you. And like, I'm not.
Sorry, I punched you in the face. You can punch me back now. 100% abuser shit. That's true.
Or death. I don't like Ukrainians dying. I don't like Russians dying. I don't want either of them to die. I'm not fucking gonna say that I endorse the Nazis, but I'm also I don't like Putin. I have some notes for Putin. I think he could do some things better.
I would love those notes for Putin. I think that, like, again, American fascism is worse. We weren't talking about that, though. We were talking about Ukraine and Russia.
But we should be. We should be talking about that. We shouldn't be.
1,000%.
This is a distraction.
It's not a distraction. It's a huge part of the world right now.
Our world is with Mahmoud Khalil still in jail.
Sure.
In our country,
and this
here.
Is a stream where 99% of all of the artwork is done by Ukrainian who's had.
Yeah. Again, like when I said we should focus on the Imperial Core because that's where we can touch things, he said, yeah, but.
To move 10 times in the last.
Yeah, the USA literally is responsible for the Ukraine war entirely. Like.
4 years because she's getting attacked. Ukrainian shit bothers me, and Russian fascism bothers me. We talk about
Ukrainian fascism bothers me too.
Bring a whole. Explain
I'll bring
it to me.
So many things. I'm exhausted though. Have a great stream and a great day. Thanks, chat.
You got the morning sunlight in your face. I see it.
Yeah, it's bright.
It's coming in. It's gonna come in like here in like an hour.
I'm burning.
Combative talk. I'm sorry.
Combative. Just a little combative.
Yeah, a cooler one next time.
You literally compared me to Hawes and Putin, but a little combative.
Maybe we can talk about music or something.
Your music fucking sucks, Lainey. I fucking hate you.
Fuck your music.
Piece of shit.
So I can't make you love.
Thanks, Sir Timo.
All right. Thanks, Sir Timo.
See ya.
All right. Bye, Lainey.
Make your heart feel.
And said the problem with tankies. Yeah.
Something more.
What the fuck is that joke even? I don't know, dude. Putin Haas complaining pipeline. Famously. Oh my god. This shout out is so funny.
Me next. Get over here, you piece of shit.
Literally just lambasting people all night. Because before it was some random chatter, Samson, for like 5 hours, they were all shitting on him. And then me for the next 3. Cool.
You're not comparing yourself and the things you're doing to these optimized alphas or anyone who seems like they have a productively maximized routine. Because first of all, there's no such thing as a perfect routine. We have butt cheeks. It's not that serious. And second of all, they're easy to fake. Even I could fake the perfect routine if I just took everything I've learned from Ashton.
The perfect ending. I'm so glad he left that in.
Butt cheeks. It's not that serious.
We have butt cheeks. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. God. Christ. I need a brain bleach of some sort. Anybody got a good cat video or something? I just... also not it. Hello. Spotify, don't do me like this. I need you now. I need you now. Can you do your job? No? Good. Good talk. This is like, it's getting worse. Spotify is just less and less usable as I go on.
You will not be able
It
to
hurt
stay
me.
home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nubs. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that...
Okay, I've been requested to play the pickle joke again. The pickle jar joke.
Here you are, and then you come in with me, and you're behind. There you go.
At the news desk. Cute.
To bring you in.
I think it's here.
Let me fetch.
That's so fetch.
Oh, like fetch, like that's so fetch. I know that I'm not that old. Fuck you.
No, it is a reference of the. If you haven't, you obviously don't even know. So it's a coalition of Fem and NB streamers. It stands for Fem NB Twitch Takeover Coalition. No, Chat Hub is the thing. I had to make it work for fetch. So
I guess I didn't know. Thank you for informing me.
Yeah, Tofu was actually in it. And we're taking over all your jobs. I'm so sorry.
Hi, Caro. Yeah, we're in a little bit of a fight. It's a several month long fight. But hi.
As this white man, it's rough where you are taking your mic.
Oh, it's not very silly. It's about Russia, Ukraine, and communism, liberalism.
My job, though, a lot of people don't know this. I make my living opening pickle jars. I think I'm safe for a little while.
No, that's fair. Fair shit. We didn't think about that.
Yeah, that's. I make $5,000 a month opening pickle jars. So, joke's on you.
Damn. Well, we have hot sauce for that.
Done and done.
We don't need you, actually. We don't need you, actually.
TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on report from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry armed women liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Keys, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash.
Yeah, there's 2 T's. I should make it 1, maybe. But yeah.
People, you will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with coke. The revolution will not fight germs that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
The revolution.
Yeah, Caro, he literally called me a Infra Haas watcher, which is I think the most insulting part, because I said that there are Nazis in the Ukrainian military. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'll send you the link here. You can go watch the VOD.
Put a landlord in a landfill. Put a landlord in a
I'm trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for you to stand still. Drop that ass, drop the band, fix my fucking sink. I've been paying all your bills, bitch, you work for me. It broke the second that I moved in. And now this motherfucker.
I haven't made any clips yet, no.
I'ma suck your mama, cause who the fuck raised you? This is an apartment, and you think I'ma pay you 2/3 of my money for me to fucking wait? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes days. Look, I got work and I got shit I gotta do.
So get your dusty ass shoes about my room before I show your ass a brand new altitude. You think this tension palpable until I turn you into concrete and a rose grew out of you. I know your papa rich and capitalist, he probably proud of you, but you a leech. Get a job, you a bum, you a fiend. I bake your pie and you so cake is trying to put a landlord.
Yeah, I think Stalin says Lainey is definitely going to be one of the sound bites.
Bitch, I'm trying to put a landlord in a landfill.
God, I've been eating so much ice cream. It's so good. I might get some.
Bills, bitch, I'm smoking in the crib. Give a fuck about how you feel. 2 weeks just to fix a bitch AC. That's why I've been feeling homicidal lately. Trying to hit a landlord.
Thank you, NTC. That's so good.
Bitch, you my hoe. You should pay me. Fill your fucking bank account up while you living lazy. These motherfuckers think I'm crazy.
Nah,
bitch,
these motherfuckers think that I'm making 3 times a rap, but I'm promising that I don't. Thanks to Photoshop, my bank account looks swole. I'm just trying to stay off the pole. Got me contemplating trying to rob a bitch, but I'm not a pot. Listen, you
fuck my landlord. If I'm late on the rent, I'ma fuck my landlord. Think I'm in a damn porn. Ain't no love near smoking with the bugs here. Don't be coming around when I'm not home. I got drugs here.
Isn't Tinky a compliment? Not the way they mean it. I mean, I'm not offended, but it is meant as like a derogatory.
Look, if I don't get back my security deposit, I'm coming to the office and shooting everybody in that bitch. Yeah, and when I get it back, I'ma spend that bitch. Next crib I live in, I promise I won't rent that bitch. Trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for your dumb ass.
Love you, Timo. Thank you for being my shooter.
Tired of these damn bills.
I'm trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for you to stand still. Drop that ass, drop a band, fix my fucking sink. I've been paying all your bills, bitch.
Mango sorbet sounds so good. Oh my god. I wanted sorbet and they didn't even have any. They didn't have any. Well, that's not true. They did have some. But they're like not certified gluten-free, so I don't know what the fuck they put in there. I don't trust them.
I ain't taking no attitude about it. I'm just gonna make this song. And I ain't talking about your staff, not your repairman. I'm talking about them grubby fingers you gotta lay back in the chair.
Thank you, Birth. In a landfill. Okay, cat time. I bleach. Let him in. Let him in. Happy, 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 happy. Happy, happy, happy. Happy, 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 happy. So cute. I love it. I love it so much.
One more question. I'm sorry.
I'd just like to state an opinion. You said that capitalism is backwards and it should be destroyed. Stupid,
reactionary,
repulsive.
and barbaric. No, I didn't use the word repulsive. That's too mild.
Well, I'd just like to state my opinion that I think violence is barbaric and stupid and repulsive, and that's my opinion.
But please, may I ask you a question? Please.
Ture is so great.
Just for clarification. All right, now, I'm not sure, are you agreeing that capitalism is bad or you don't think it's bad?
I didn't say.
Huh?
I didn't say anything about it.
But what do you think about it?
Capitalism?
Yes.
Is it gay month for you yet? Not quite. I got a few hours yet, but happy gay month to those who are in the future.
Well,
well, let me ask you this question.
I live in a cap.
I'm always open to Kwame Eclipse any time. Literally, you don't even have to ask.
Capitalist
okay, let me make it easier.
Okay, yeah, please. Yeah.
If you were a slave and I were your master, and the only way for you to be free was to strike your blow to kill me, what would you do?
Destroyed in the marketplace of ideas. This is good. I'm gonna save this for later, actually. I want to watch this whole thing. Do. Happy, 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 happy. That's stuck in my head now. Thanks. Thank you for that.
Ta về ta tắm áo ta dù trong dù đục áo nhà vẫn hơn tình quê son sắt keo sơn ngân đồng gió nổi cây giấm đời trời mời bà con về Bắc Ninh em chơi nào. Bắc Ninh vốn trong chữ tình nón quay thao em đợi sân đỉnh mấy anh ngài quay đầu nhìn cúng đỉnh mà các dân chơi gọi là Bắc Bờ Linh Linh tâm lòng son sắt tăng ngân nga cao quan họ này chào mừng về miền đất bên nước và con đò tình hoa không thể nào mất chất là loco sửa soạn áo thề khăn xếp anh em cùng lên đồ let's go lướt trên sông như là lướt trên mây ngước bên đông sang giờ này ngước bên tây miếng trầu này em đã ướp thêm say mang lời hứa trao duyên như bao hẹn ước đêm nay đêm trăng rằm hội lim biết em đâu mà tìm chót thương em đâu thể ngồi im cầm khăn làm tin sáng như đêm trăng rằm hội lim biết em đâu mà tìm ai chót thương em đâu thể ngồi im cầm khăn ai làm tin ăn một miếng trầu ăn một miếng trầu.
Why does this beat go so fucking hard? No, I didn't see that, Luna. That's wild. What the fuck?
Bằng một chiếc cầu bao lời chưa ngỏ duyên mình duyên ta mời anh về Bắc Ninh em chơi thăm lễ hội nô nức đông vui quanh năm qua đền Bà Chúa cầu lộc cầu tài sang rằm tháng 8 ung dung chơi trăng đua thuyền rẽ sóng trên sông như nguyệt bao sử sách địa linh nhân kiệt tam phủ chốn bồng lai linh thiêng nương nhờ cửa thánh con xin cúi đầu người ơi đừng về để em ngày đêm ngóng trông anh bóng anh khắp bốn bề anh có thương thì qua cho anh đừng hứa đừng thề về đây Bắc Ninh cùng em thắm nồng tình quê.
No cops at Pride, true.
Ăn một miếng trầu, ăn một miếng trầu, ăn vào cho đỏ, môi mình môi ta. Ăn một miếng trầu, bằng một chiếc cầu, bao lời chưa ngỏ, duyên mình duyên ta. Mời anh về Bắc Ninh em chơi thăm lễ hội nô nức đông vui quanh năm qua đền Bà Chúa cầu lộc cầu tài sang rằm tháng 8 ung dung chơi trăng đua thuyền rẽ sóng trên sông như nguyệt bao sử sách địa linh nhân kiệt tam phủ chốn bồng lai linh thiêng nương nhờ cửa thánh con xin cúi đầu người ơi đừng về để em ngày đêm ngóng trông anh bóng anh khắp bốn bề anh có thương thì qua cho anh đừng hứa đừng thề về đây Bắc Ninh cùng em thắm nồng tình quê.
Damn, this was so beautiful. Thank you, whoever this was. Was that you, Kel? That's really good. Oh.
I have great news, everyone. I know there's a lot going on in the world right now. A lot of really bad stuff. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. None of it is good. But because of, you know, the horrors, it is incumbent upon each one of us to celebrate those little moments, those tiny victories that make life worth living. And I am here to tell you that Leia is happily snoozing with just a little bit of blep tongue sticking right out
the little blep
of her mouth.
Oh,
look at that little mlem.
Oh.
This is what life's all about. Now, don't think too hard about the horrors right now. They're gonna be there waiting for you. Just focus in on this tongue.
Look at it.
At the moment, that's all that matters.
So happy.
Also,
So
apologies
happy. So happy, so cozy.
to my audience. That is the first and last time, I promise, you'll ever hear me say the words. Just focus in on this tongue. Like, as soon as the words left my mouth, I heard it. So, yeah. Sorry.
Look at it, though. But look at it. You were right to say it. Look at it. God. Huskies are great. They're so cute.
오물이 그 풍처럼 따사로워라 아버지 그 풍처럼 자유로워라 수라의 천만 자식 한 품에 안고 총을 다해 보살피시네 노래하자 김종국 위대하신 용도자 사랑하자 김종국 친근한 후보에 한마음 믿고 따르네 친근한 후보에 배붙은 근종은 바다 같아라 주시는 그 믿음은 하늘 같아라 언제나 우리 곁에 함께 계시며 모든 소원 꺾여주시네 노래하자 김종국 위대하신 용도자 사랑하자 김종국 친근한 후보에 한마음 믿고 따르네 친근한 후보에
I'm kind of glad that we didn't actually get to DPRK in the debate, because I don't even want to know what he would say. I can imagine, yeah.
위대하신 용도자 사랑하자 김종국 친근한 후보에 맹기는 한마음 믿고 따르네 친근한 후보에 노래하자 김종국 위대하신 용도자 사랑하자 김종국 친근한 후보에 맹기는 한마음 믿고 따르네 친근한 후보에 노래하자 김종국 위대하신 용도자 사랑하자 김종국 친근한 후보에 맹기는 한마음 믿고 따르네 친근한 후보에
Yeah, I'm glad to have you, Luna, and all my other Juche supporters. You're the real ones. You get it. You get me. I always thought I was just too far left or something, and I wasn't actually, it turns out. We just played this, that's so funny.
I'ma say stuff. He's a man. Come on, just be cool. Just chill out. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
someone that hates based on race, you should step to. Pull out the blades like Wolverine versus Deadpool. Bang, bang. America and the UK are just a cesspool. If you were not alarmed, it's probably cause you press snooze. Fuck a vote, little bitch, make some chess moves. Quit sleeping and following what the rest do. You still believe in the system, you lacking sense. Every politician's a two-faced Nazi like Harvey Dent. Ay. Hit him with the hardcore parkour. Superman punching Nazis is an art form. Fuck the Brits, the UK, and the USA. They invade, fuck the planet up and still complain. You know that racism never really had an end. At least we get to watch Nazis get punched again. They throwing siege hails, maybe they mean well. I'm just kidding. Yeah, fucking Nazi. Clark Kent Nazis, you get bonus points. If they want smoke, then we rollin' joints. Jump off the wall like NFL Street. Knuckle sandwich, the only thing a Nazi should eat.
Punch a Nazi, punch a Nazi. If he got a swastika tatted on his body. You wanna ask me my opinion? I gotta censor it cause shit is too explicit.
Bitch, I'm at the gravesite, who need a reservation? Trying to fight the monster, not becoming shit is dangerous. Sometimes I feel like Dante stuck in the inferno. See a corny racist, wanna pop him like a kernel. And then I'll be like, word, yo, shit is systematic. It's the whole government dividing, causing panic.
Okay, so Bourgeois Beef, I recommend highly that you go follow Juche Julia. She is Korean and has family that lived there and knows a lot about it. Also, Dave Legend also talks about it a lot. And I also have in my Discord a whole section about actually existing socialism, which has a lot of material about DPRK. Yeah. I could recommend other people in other places, but I can't, actually. Because Twitch banned them for having a hammer and sickle emote. So... Oh yeah, Hakeem is a good resource too, for sure.
Saigon Delta, from the mountains and plains below, young and old workers, peasants and the toiling tenant farmers fight for free. Done with Uncle Ho Chi Minh.
Okay, I've learned I can link off platform things. Go follow that person there on YouTube. No, yeah, it's hard to get reading in. That channel I just linked does a lot of like live readings. I really recommend all of them. It's good. like the very first thing I would recommend that people look into about DPRK is their housing program, which has been so incredibly successful, just like tens of thousands of homes over just several years. It was like 50,000 homes for the first goal, and they've surpassed that and are doing even more. Socialized housing, it's good and cool. A home for everyone is lovely, right? An easy way to put it to that chatter, to Bourgeois, Korea faced a genocide by the US that killed 20% of the population. The government in the North stands against that happening ever again. Yeah, like the way they seem so militarized is because they're literally preventing an invasion, which is imminent because it's from the southern part of the peninsula, which the US occupies in a military occupation. Yeah, Bourgeois, we would all be calling it a genocide if it wasn't done by the West, you know? Also, like, widespread use of biological weapons, famine as a weapon of war, many such cases. Lots of stuff like that. I need a bathroom break, and then we'll get back into the Ukraine content. There's a few short things, and then we're gonna get into Ukraine on Fire and Revealing Ukraine from Oliver Stone.
Too much eggnog.
Am I supposed to be sad because a leech got his ass popped? Giving fucks isn't covered in my plan, dog. Solidarity is needed in the class, y'all. Time for pitchforks with some torches and a fat mob. They take our fucking money, man, the system's fucking rigged. Time they feel some fear, we will cheer when they get hit. Free my man Luigi, cause we know he didn't do shit. And motherfuck McDonald's if they truly, really snitch. Give a fuck about CEOs, why? Never with that beanie. Got an L up on my beanie, posted up like Free Luigi. It was clean just like a squeegee. Pick 'em out like eeny meeny. That would be my one wish if I had a lamp pop out a genie. Baby girl, I guess I'm greedy. And every CEO is super seedy in a system where the profits always gonna supersede the fucking needy. The game is rigged and they playing on easy. Give a fuck about a sleazy money hoarder, do 'em greedy. They say that violence ain't the answer, baby, I tend to agree. If we lived in a utopia where everyone was free. But since we live in a society controlled by people's greed, what the fuck we gonna do when we struggling just to eat? Am I supposed to be sad because a leech got his ass popped? Giving fucks isn't covered in my plan, dog. Solidarity is needed in the class, y'all. Time for pitchforks with some torches and a fat mob. They take our fucking money, man, the system's fucking rigged. Time they feel some fear, we will cheer when they get hit. Free my man Luigi, cause we know he didn't do shit. And motherfuck McDonald's if they truly, really snitch.
I was born on the Dublin street where the loyal drums did beat, and those loving English feet they walked all over us. And every single night when me dad would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra. Come let us hear you tell how you slandered great Parnell when you thought him well and truly persecuted. Where are the sneers and jeers that you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra. Come tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had spears and bow and arrows. How bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened them damn natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra. Now the time is coming fast, and I think them days are here when each English Johnny and he'll run before us. And if there'll be a need, then our kids will say Godspeed with the verse or two of singing this fine chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra.
Fuck, I love this song. That one song you played? BlackRock is suing United Healthcare for giving too much healthcare to patients. Too much healthcare. Famously... Holy shit. Famously, yeah, the US gave too much. United Healthcare awarded all of the healthcare. I'm so sorry. What? Think you've seen Pink Corporate Insanity? Hold my beer. Wow. BlackRock, the world's most powerful asset manager, and United Healthcare's biggest shareholder, with nearly 10% ownership, is literally suing the health insurance giant. But not for what you would expect. They're mad that United Healthcare might actually be giving patients too much care. They got scared. They got scared. They literally got scared. That's so funny. Too much healthcare. I'm a communist.
Roll up, blow right in that bit. All up in Jamaica. Swear you need to see this shit. She don't wear no makeup. Wanna give me all of it. We should take like all of it. We should take like all of it. Careful who you talk to, cause they fed and they be counterfeit.
No.
I switched out the AR for the AK like
No, so they are slightly different. One of them does mainly property management, like they are like the corporate landlords, and the other one is just like assets like they manage in the stock market, essentially. I always mix them up. I couldn't tell you which one is which. Blackwater, BlackRock, they're both evil. They are both evil, but they are slightly different types of capital.
It's another day waking up as me. Thank God. Anything I wanna do, I can achieve. Pray my enemies.
All right. Pray my enemies find their peace. Shall we move on? Shall we?
Привіт, Ukraine.
So,
people of Ukraine, this is your moment.
This is just random stuff that people sent to me. I'm not sure. Or maybe I pulled it from RSVG. I don't remember, but this is John McCain addressing Ukrainian protesters in Kyiv.
Народи український, це ваш момент. This is about you, no one else. Це про вас. This is about the future you want for your country.
No, Blackstone, BlackRock, and Blackwater. They are still different. No, you're right. No, you are right. Fuck. There's too many evil things. I think you're right. I'm pretty sure it is a military thing, Blackwater. I am thinking Blackstone versus BlackRock.
This is about the future you deserve. Це про ваше майбутнє, про майбутнє вашої країни. Це про майбутнє, на яке ви заслуговуєте. A future in Europe. Майбутнє Європи. A future of peace. Майбутнє миру. With all of your neighbors. Майбутнє всіх ваших сусідів. The free world is with you. America is with you. I am with you. And the destiny you seek lies in Europe. І ваша доля, як ми вважаємо, знаходиться в об'єднаній Європі. Ukraine will make Europe better, and Europe will make Ukraine better. Thank you, thank you.
Is that right? Thank you. Thank you, war criminal John McCain, for that very insightful speech. We're gonna help each other. It's mutual. It benefits both of us, okay? Is he gonna do a Slava? I mean, probably today he would, but he's dead. He is dead. Hello? Oh, there is a translation. Hold on. Okay. U.S. Deputy Secretary of State, who, at the end of yesterday's talks, hoped that the government would not disperse the protest rally again, came to the Maidan after the events that took place in the morning and visited the protesters. Victoria Nuland distributed cookies and bread to the demonstrators. At the time, events have been developing since the morning near Kyiv Council building, where the protesters are entrenched. Tamar Nutsubitsi is on the square and was observing Nuland's presence there. She joins us live from Kyiv. What is happening now in the Ukrainian capital? Is this? Yeah. Victoria Nuland came to the Euromaidan unexpectedly for everyone. She brought cookies and bread to the protesters along with the U.S. ambassador, as he mentioned. And in addition, she talked for a few minutes with the women participating in the rally, asking them how they spent their day yesterday, what happened at night, and how they feel now. Nuland talked to the police representatives. We asked her what she would comment on and what she thinks about last night, but Victoria Nuland refrained from commenting at this time. Why? Why the fuck did she do this? But Poroshenko is a Russian puppet, right? This fucking photo op, dude. Good lord. Christ. Oh god, Haiti have apparently hired Eric Prince, the Blackwater guy. Oh fuck. Oh no. Hi JP Sound Fiend, welcome in. Oh, we're already getting into the documentary. Oh, good. Good. Sit tight, chat.
Here in Kiev in recent days, the Maidan, or Independence Square, has turned into a full-scale war zone.
More clashes in Ukraine's capital, Kiev.
It's quiet.
There is absolutely no doubt that snipers are working here. Down to 10 bodies.
Мы и сегодня не знаем, кто стрелял в людей. Это проблема.
Now on the brink of a civil war. At least 70 dead so far, and the death toll rising.
Эти технологии, еще раз говорю, от них не застраховано ни одно государство.
What we saw here today was a revolution.
Хотите узнать, что происходило на Украине?
We've invested over $5 billion to assist Ukraine in these and other goals.
Вы знаете, в большой политике, о чем бы ни говорили, все равно будут говорить о деньгах.
NATO has expanded into 13 countries, up to the borders of Russia. 13 countries.
The focus has to be on not allowing this crisis to turn into hot war between Ukraine and Russia.
Эта тема очень опасная. Это тема войны. Сегодня спокойно никто не должен себя чувствовать.
Sorry, what was this? This is a very dangerous topic, this topic of war. Nobody should feel safe today. Good. Good. What? What is this? Why is she naked? Why is she naked? Ukraine on fire, and apparently Ukraine is a woman.
Ukraine. It's an ancient and proud land, with a rich history, filled with much beauty, heroism, and sacrifice. Ukraine is a borderland, a place where East meets West. This is the flag of Ukraine. The blue represents the sky, the gold its seemingly endless fields of wheat. Ukraine is a prize many have sought, and much blood is spilled in the quest to possess it. Ukraine has
So, like, a preface, this is not like a communist documentary. This is not a Putin talking points documentary. This is actually a liberal. This guy's a fucking lib. And you can tell. You can tell, like, a lot of the time.
Been the pathway for Western powers as they attempted to conquer the East in World War I and World War II. And every time, the Ukrainian people ended up paying the highest price for these grand games of power. History doesn't repeat, but it surely rhymes, said Mark Twain. If one looks closely at the history of Ukraine, one will notice many rhymes. Being surrounded by stronger powers, Ukraine has needed a lot of cunning to survive, and the
Doesn't Ukraine literally just mean wall? It's like the wall between Russia and the West.
art they truly mastered with time is the art of changing sides.
Is this the cursed one? I think it's slightly cursed.
In the middle of the 17th century,
We can fix him.
Ukrainian leader Bogdan Khmelnytsky broke a truce agreement made with Poland, siding with more powerful Russia. Just over 50 years later, as
You might want to hide the intro song. Shit, I wish I saw that.
the Russian-Swedish War was raging, another Ukrainian leader, Ivan Mazepa, broke the union with Russia when he switched sides, joining forces with the Swedish invaders. Many times, Ukrainian history was written by third parties. Seeking to keep the gains of a revolution at any cost, Russia agreed to the humiliating conditions of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty of 1918, which turned Ukraine into a German protectorate. Another historical document that changed the fate of Ukraine was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939, one of many such agreements being signed between European countries and rising Germany. Attempting to protect his nation from the approaching Nazi threat,
They are still seeing each other as the same people. Lots of Slavs do, right? Yeah, like, the division is very new, and like, the language has sort of splintered off, and it's a little different, but it's just like a dialect. Like it's like Southern American to a regular American. Like it's not that different.
Joseph Stalin negotiated a treaty of non-aggression with Adolf Hitler. While promising each other peace, the Soviet and German foreign ministers Molotov and Ribbentrop realigned the map of Eastern Europe, splitting it into German and Soviet spheres of influence. No sooner had the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact been signed than Poland was split. And in September of 1939, Eastern Poland awoke to be Western Ukraine and a part of the family.
Why do they need translators then? I mean, it's different enough, I guess. I don't know that they need translators. A lot of Ukrainians also speak Russian. That was why they were being cleansed, because they also spoke Russian.
Of Soviet republics and the USSR. But even this bold dividing of
They literally don't need translators? Yeah, I didn't think so.
lands and nations only delayed the inevitable. Germany broke its promise to the USSR. On June 22, 1941, Germany invaded the USSR, launching Barbarossa, the largest military operation in world history. Barbarossa was aiming for St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Kiev, Ukraine, three destinations of major significance. Ukraine, with its rich lands and resources.
Yeah, it's also like illegal to teach Russian in schools in Ukraine. But even though it's not that different, they still can't learn it.
Was an important industrial and economic source for the USSR. To cut it off from the Soviet Union would strike a big blow indeed. For most of the Soviet Union, the Second World War was about fighting the invaders of their land. But it wasn't quite so simple for Ukraine. The truth is, Ukraine has never been a united country. When World War II broke out, a large part of Western Ukraine's population welcomed the German soldiers as liberators from the recently forced upon them Soviet rule, and openly collaborated with the Germans. The real scale of collaboration was not announced for many years after the war, but we now know that whole divisions and battalions were formed by Ukrainian collaborators, such as SS Galician, Nachtigall, and Roland battalions. Just in the beginning of the war, more than 80,000 people
Directly collaborated, okay? It's not like hidden.
from Galician region voluntarily enrolled into Division SS Galician in a month and a half, notorious for their extreme cruelty towards the Polish, Jewish, and Russian people on the territory of Ukraine. Members of these military groups came mostly from the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, the OUN, founded in 1929. This organization had an ultimate goal of creating an ethnically pure, independent Ukraine, and considered terror an acceptable tool for achieving their ends. Their official flag was black and red, land and blood. It will remain in Ukraine's history long after the OUN will cease to exist. In early 1940, the most radical nationalistic part
Land and blood. Do you mean blood and soil? I think there's a word for that.
of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists got its own leader, Stepan Bandera. Severely anti-Semitic and anti-communist, he proclaimed an independent Ukraine in 1941. His German allies frowned upon such an act of self-will.
There's plenty of TOS in here, if I recall. Someone should have vetted. Yeah. I'll watch. I'll just keep watching.
And it landed him in prison for nearly all the Second World War. Not participating in the events physically, Bandera still managed to successfully spread his ideology. Many independent historians estimate that the OUN militia exterminated from 150 to 200,000 Jews on Ukrainian territory occupied by the Germans by the end of 1941. The most notorious and outrageous massacre took place September 29th and 30th, 1941, in Babi Yar, Kiev. All kikes of the city of Kiev and its vicinity must appear on Monday, September 29th by 8 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus Christ.
Bring documents, money, and valuables, and also warm clothing, linen, etc. Any kikes who do not follow this order and are found elsewhere will be shot. 33,771 Jews were killed in this two-day operation of the Nazis and Ukrainian militia. Another outrageous massacre was carried out by the Ukrainian insurgent army and the Bandera faction of the...
Man, do you really have to show all the nude shots? Do you have to? Like, after one or two, like, we kind of get it. We know what they were doing. But, like, do you have to?
Organization of Ukrainian nationalists in German-occupied Polish Volhynia and eastern Galicia between 1943 and 1944. This genocide of Poles was led by Mikola Lebed. 35,000 to 60,000 people in Volhynia and 25 to 40,000 in eastern Galicia fell victim to this massive ethnic cleansing operation. Sensing the inevitable loss of the German troops, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists gave up on their former ally and began fighting equally against the Germans and the Soviet forces. In January 1943,
White people might need to see this shit. Fair. At a certain point, it's just gore porn. Yeah, it's a lot. It's just it's so consistent.
USSR troops started pushing the Nazis back, liberating one part of Ukraine after another. Western Ukraine was the last Ukrainian region held by the Germans, finally being liberated in October of 1944. Bandera's bands continued to wage their guerrilla war against the Soviet regime, carrying out bloody raids on Ukrainian villages and towns, and leaving behind chaos and casualties. This war went on until the middle of the 1950s, when the last collaborators were either detained or fled the country. On May 7, 1945, Germany unconditionally surrendered to the Allies. Ukraine remained a part of the Soviet Union. The peace after the Second World War was short-lived. The United States and the Soviet Union, nations who allied together along with England to defeat the Nazis, tragically became foes as the Cold War began. The era of political and military tension between the US and the USSR lasted for nearly 45 years, keeping humanity,
I would argue, it never ended,
under the constant threat of nuclear war. In this battle, the United States never lost sight of Ukraine's importance. U.S. intelligence kept a close eye on Ukrainian nationalist organizations as a possible source of counterintelligence against the Soviet Union.
The same Bandera they still admire. It's worth noting. Yeah. I wonder where they fled. I wonder.
CIA documents that just recently have been declassified show strong ties between U.S. intelligence and Ukrainian nationalists since 1946. From the CIA agency report, it is clear that they were not mistaken about the nature.
Yeah, I wasn't exaggerating when I said he was doing direct CIA propaganda
of Ukrainian nationalist organizations or their leader, Stepan Bandera himself. According to an OSS report of September 1945, Bandera had earned a fierce reputation for conducting a reign of terror during World War II. After the Second World War, Bandera and other Ukrainian Nazi leaders fled to Europe where the CIA helped them hide. The CIA later informed the Immigration and Naturalization Service that it had concealed Stefan Bandera and other Ukrainians from the Soviets. The operations involving Ukrainians continued for many years. The Nuremberg trials of 1945 and 1946 brought the political, economic, and military leaders of fascist Germany to justice and revealed to the world the monstrous face of Nazism and the crimes they committed. But the Ukraine
Cold War never ended. It just went inwards, crushing any class spirit in the West. Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Nazis were spared the same fate, and some were even granted indulgences by the CIA. By 1950,
feels like a lot of these docs will show the choose to show the naked corpses over the closed ones as a form of sexual exploitation of the dead. Absolutely. Like, it is like at a certain point, it is furthering the necropolitics.
The agency excused the illegal activities of the OUN security branch in the name of Cold War necessity. In 1949, Mykola Lebed, the man responsible for the massacres in Volhynia, was moved to the United States, where he died in 1989 without ever being investigated or pursued as a war criminal. The CIA moved to protect Ukrainian nationalist leader Mykola Lebed from
Didn't they only prosecute like 8 people? Wait, who?
criminal investigation by the Immigration and Naturalization Service in 1952. Perhaps Bandera lost his use to the US, or maybe KGB agents outsmarted the CIA. But in 1959, Stepan Bandera, the leader of the Ukrainian nationalists, was killed in Munich, where he was hiding under the name of Stefan Popel. It would be fair to say that Bandera became a major symbol of Ukrainian nationalism by sheer chance, for he was neither its only leader nor its most powerful one. Dmytro Dontsov was the father of the far-right totalitarian doctrine in Ukraine. Andriy Melnik was the leader of another faction of the OUN. Roman Shuhevich was a general of the Ukrainian insurgent army, and others contributed greatly to the movement. Bandera's dangerous ideology, suppressed by the communist authorities but supported by external forces, never really died. The seeds of Ukrainian nationalism were passed from generation to generation. Unfortunately, it was just a matter of time before they would once again blossom. In 1954, Ukraine's territory was expanded even more when Nikita Khrushchev, the leader of the USSR and a Ukrainian himself, generously gave the Crimean region to Ukraine. Historians would argue about the legitimacy of this transfer for many years to come, and 60 years after Khrushchev's gift, dramatic new events would take place in Crimea.
The eyes of the world are on Ukraine as the crisis in Crimea continues.
Dozens of heavily armed men seized government buildings in Crimea.
Should Ukraine just shrug its shoulders and say, okay, Crimea is lost?
And the old arguments would heat up once again.
Also, I feel like I need to clarify, like, when I said, like, I got a little heated, so I couldn't articulate this well. When I was saying, like, an armed populace is an indication of fascism, it definitely matters who is doing the arming, who is being armed, right? And if we're talking about Israel and Ukraine, you are arming Nazis. You're arming people who want to defend an ethno-state. That was the point.
The Cold War would heat up and cool down by turns, while both rivals were obsessively building up military capacity. The turning point took place when the new era, Perestroika, came to the USSR with its new leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, in the middle of the 1980s. Perestroika meant restructuring.
Yeah, when you said that, I did think of Lenin, but I still agree with the point you were making. Yeah, I'm not against guns wholesale, you know.
Structuring towards liberalization and democratization. It certainly had a positive impact on the international situation.
Astonishing news from East Germany, where the East German authorities have said, in essence, that the Berlin Wall doesn't mean anything anymore.
But inside the USSR, the weakening of Kremlin control had different consequences. In Ukraine, a nationalistic political organization, Narodny Ruch, or People's Movement, emerged in 1989 due to this new openness.
That detail is vital for understanding how toxic Crimea belongs to Ukraine is. That Khrushchev gave it in the 1950s. Right. Also, like, Crimea wanted to be part of Russia again. Like, that the populace did want that, notably.
They advocated for independence of Ukraine from the USSR and became an incubator for leaders of Ukrainian neo-Nazism. In 1991, one of them, Oleg Tyagnybok, founded Svoboda, an openly radical nationalist party preaching the good old principles of Bandera.
They trained themselves and what? Sorry, missed that. And fought with Ruskies. Fought with Germans and Kaislers and other vermin who wanted to take Ukraine away from us. Right.
Ukraine from the Jews and Russians, Ukraine for Ukrainians, and so on. His statements got him 5th place in the Simon Wiesenthal Center Top 10 Anti-Semitic World Leader Rankings of 2012. But also, sadly, attracted numerous followers. Dmitry Yarosh founded another extreme right organization, Trizu, or Trident, in 1994. In April...
Yo. Oh my god. Okay, so that Trident is literally was emblazoned on Zelensky's little tracksuit that he wore to meet with Trump in. I was trying to fucking place it. I thought it was just a national symbol. It's not. It is very much a Nazi symbol. It is directly a Nazi symbol. Wow.
Right organization, Trizu.
But God forbid I call him a Nazi.
Trident in 1994. In April 2013, Yarosh became an assistant to a member of parliament from the opposition.
The Trident is 1,000 years old. I understand that. It's not a new object or symbol. But that incarnation of it, the specific emblemology, like it is by design that it matches exactly. He could have chosen any other drawing of the Trident, but he chose that one on purpose.
Party Udar. Later that same year, he would become the leader of the most radical Ukrainian Nazi group, the Right Sector. Andrei Parubi would soon appear leading a whole army of ultranationalist warriors. And the torch marches would once again light up the streets of Ukrainian cities. The world drastically changed in August 1991, when the USSR de facto ceased to exist, and the global political map welcomed many newcomers, Ukraine one of them. In modern history, it was the first time Ukraine was truly independent and all on its own.
Hi, rhinovirus.
The red flag came down over the Kremlin tonight as President Gorbachev resigned and brought to an end 7 decades of communist rule in the Soviet Union.
The years after the disintegration of the USSR became known as the Crazy 90s in all the post-Soviet territories.
He's leaving behind 15 independent states, which share only a disastrous economy and an uncertain future.
After having been under a government-controlled economy, the free market dramatically changed the rules of the game. New businesses emerged instantly, and the first oligarchs were born overnight. The former country with no class division suddenly became stratified. The chosen few became rich, while the rest had to fight to survive.
Сразу же после получения независимости началась еще более дикая приватизация и
Just thinking about Redolent being shy about admitting to fascists in Ukraine. Show me the things, he said. Yeah, show me some things. Bring some things. Show me. Gestures broadly at the entire history of Ukraine. I don't know, man. So is the manji that became a swastika, right? Right after Ukraine became independent, the wild privatization and open robbery of the state property started. The standard of living went down immediately. And while the governments were replacing each other, nothing changed for common Ukrainians. Putin talking points. Putin is talking. It was a consistent robbery of the Ukrainian people. And of course, people eventually got tired of this abuse of power and this crazy corruption. Imagine being tired.
The people's growing discontent made Ukraine more vulnerable to outside forces, and a new kind of warfare was launched, one not known before, the color revolutions.
Demonstrators clashed with police, hundreds of thousands protesting the results of the election and calling for a new vote.
Oh, hey, Maple.
Ukraine has had 2 color revolutions in its 24 years of independence. In 2004, crowds of people descended upon Kiev, marking the start of the Orange Revolution. At that time, Ukraine became once again a battlefield of two forces, the Russian and Western governments. The culmination of this conflict took place during the presidential elections in November of 2004. The two major candidates, Western-backed...
Maple, would you like some good React content? I have funny React content for you, if you would like to be astonished at things people say. No drama, no infighting. I'm just saying. I'm just saying you might want to look at that. There is a comparison between Benjamin Franklin conscripting slaves into the Revolutionary War and Ukrainians, quote, having to work with Nazis because they needed numbers. For example.
Viktor Yushchenko and Russian-leaning Viktor Yanukovych almost equally shared the votes of Ukrainians. By the way, calling Viktor Yushchenko Western-backed is not an exaggeration. His wife, Katerina Yushchenko, is a former U.S. State Department official and worked in the White House during the Reagan administration. The division was along geographic lines. Traditionally, Russian Eastern Ukraine voted for Yanukovych, while Western Ukraine chose Yushchenko. By the announced result, Viktor Yushchenko lost to Viktor Yanukovych, but thousands of people didn't agree with it, and they came to the central square of Kiev on the 22nd of November. The situation received wide news coverage.
The country's election commission ignored reports of fraud, declaring Kremlin-backed Viktor Yanukovych the winner.
International politicians, such as former General Secretary of NATO, Javier Solana, became frequent guests in Kiev, initiating negotiations between parties.
And I hope very much that the goodwill of everybody will be able to...
I revoked a VIP. Was it mine? I hope not.
Negotiations between...
I hope very much that the goodwill of everybody, with the goodwill of everybody, we will be able to overcome these difficulties. Such a fucking diplomatic statement. Wow.
The negotiations, however, were often reached only on paper. Thus, Yushchenko never told the supporters to stop blocking government buildings in central Kiev. Therefore, these non-violent and very orange protests lasted for a month, during which time the previous election results were annulled, marred by massive corruption, and new elections were announced. An important nuance: just 3 months before, Viktor Yushchenko became a victim to a mysterious and still unsolved poisoning. But it didn't prevent him from winning in the new election. Though, as we shall soon see, there was much more than just the people's will that led to this victory. This peaceful revolution and its leader were warmly welcomed by the international community. But the euphoria didn't last long. Yushchenko's government completely failed with reforms and lost its chance to establish democracy, instead descending into infighting. Viktor Yushchenko was not re-elected for a second term, but at the end of his presidency, he had the time to make one last gift to his supporters from Western Ukraine.
На завершення я хочу сказати про те, що
Finally, I want to say something that millions of Ukrainian patriots have been waiting for many years. I signed a decree for an unbreakable spirit, heroism.
Turn back, heedless travelers.
Yo!
History is no place for the living anymore.
What's up? Thank you, Silver, for the raid. I hope you had a great rest of your stream. If you missed it, chat, go check out the VOD. Definitely go follow Silver Spook if you aren't already. We are in our deep dive on Ukraine still. We're watching Ukraine on fire. I'm gonna run this back. Finally, I want to say something that millions of Ukrainian patriots have been waiting for many years. I signed a decree for an unbreakable spirit, heroism, and self-sacrifice in the struggle for the independence of Ukraine. I'm granting a status of a hero of Ukraine, along with the Order of State to Stepan Bandera. Fucking Banderites. Classic.
Бандері Степану Андрійовичу. Слава Україні!
The hero status of Stepan Bandera was short-lived. In 2010, Viktor Yanukovych was elected president. This time, the international community had no doubts about the legitimacy
Strange salutes they're doing, yeah. It sounds familiar. Maybe they're just giving their heart out, or whatever.
of the elections. In January 2011, Viktor Yanukovych repealed the hero title of Bandera. Almost 4 years into his presidency, though, another revolution shook Ukraine. Unfortunately, this one was anything but peaceful.
Mr. Yanukovych, I'm an American. I'm an outsider to this situation, and it's very complicated.
He's saying his name so wrong, I think. Even, like, by a Western standard. Yakunovich. Is that right? I feel like I've heard it different ways, but what do I know? I don't fucking...
I'm an American. I'm an outsider to this situation, and it's very complicated. But I would like, as a filmmaker, just to jump into the action and go to those moments in November 2013. You're president of the Ukraine. You've been president for 3 years at this point. The country is in bad economic shape, very bad. You have a trade agreement with Russia, and now you're seeking to make a better agreement
Puerto Yankovic, yeah.
with the EU, with the European Union, and you are negotiating. Can you bring me to that moment and what you're thinking?
Действительно, это был очень сложный
It was indeed a very complicated period of time for Ukraine.
период времени.
And we had to find the solution for the problems in 2013. We had two partners. First of all, we counted upon the International Monetary Fund, but throughout the year of negotiations, the IMF suggested to us unacceptable solutions. A significant rise in utility rates, first and foremost for the electricity and natural gas. Damn, sounds familiar. This would mean a lot more expenses for the people, while their income would stay at the same level. We didn't go there. We suggested other solutions, but got an office refusal from the IMF in November 2013. This left us with Russia. Russia told us that it was ready for a partnership if we took its interests into consideration. The economies of Ukraine and Russia emerged as a united economy. We had developed absolutely unique and special economic relationships. Russian markets were wide open for Ukrainian produce, as well as our custom borders. Therefore, it would mean that the EU, with all its goods, would enter our markets without any negotiations. That is the real thing. It's like it was sort of a backdoor that Russia could like get around the sanctions and shit, the taxes, tariffs, etc. When we started calculating the balances, we realized that the agreement offered by Europe to Ukraine required essential economic expenses. And Europe didn't provide any loss balancing. And in the meantime, the Russian market would be significantly limited or even shut down. We said, of course, if Ukraine has come to this decision, this is its choice and we respect this choice, but we don't have to pay for it. Our negotiations with Europe didn't succeed. So we decided to take a pause. And that's when the coup happened. Literally,
Violent
CIA coup.
clashes erupted in the Ukrainian capital Kiev as more than 100,000 people protested against a government decision to delay an association deal with the EU.
Vitaly, you were Minister of Interior Affairs for the Ukraine.
Yanukovych. I'm guessing you're meant to pronounce the hard K. Yakonovich. Yakonovich?
During this period, and you were chief of police essentially.
The the problem is the serious forces behind them don't want the war to stop. And they know how to get people in who do, yeah.
of the country. Can you tell me your version of what happened from November protests through February protests?
Мы располагали информацией, что
We've had information that massive protests were planned beforehand anyway, and were supposed to start in 2015. But opposition used the fact that first the cabinet and then the president decided to suspend signing an association agreement with the EU.
Leader of the opposition party, Fatherland, Oleg Taghnibok. Leader of the opposition nationalist far-right political party, Svoboda. Vitaly Klitschko. Leader of the opposition party, Udar.
Both EU and Ukrainian officials said on Thursday the suspension of talks on closer ties could be revived after the two-day meeting, but officials said the deal was off the table for now.
Pro-EU protests on the streets of Kiev enter their second day. The crowd of around 1,000 protesters were joined by the leader of the opposition, the reigning world boxing champion Vitaly Klitschko. He called on the demonstrators to maintain pressure on the government after it decided
Oops, all Nazis. Thanks for the follow.
not to sign a major trade deal with the EU.
You go back to Kiev the next day after the meeting with Merkel, and the protests are up, am I right? Can you take me through that period?
Если у меня в самом начале
In the very beginning, I had a clear understanding that those were peaceful protests. And during the peaceful protests, there can and should be a dialogue, and I was ready for it.
и говоря о протестах
When speaking about the protests, shit. Sorry. Of November to February, one should always take into consideration that they de facto were prepared long before the event.
I don't think kids should have food. Fuck that kid.
Oh my god. I have it turned all the way up because this is so quiet. That scared the shit out of me. Thank you so much. One should always take into consideration that they de facto were prepared long before the event. There was a big number of NGOs financed from abroad. Lots of journalists working with for grants.
Investigative journalist.
журналистов, работающих на гранты.
Robert Perry is a longtime investigative journalist based in Washington, D.C., best known for his major disclosures about the Iran-Contra scandal in the 1980s. He is the founder of Consortium News, where he has reported extensively on the crisis in Ukraine and the forces behind the unrest.
An NGO is a non-governmental organization. Now, many NGOs are quite legitimate. They represent good causes. Maybe they help people in a country feed or deal with water problems or deal with various kinds of social problems. But there are some NGOs that have become funded by government entities and serve more the purpose of that government rather than trying to serve the people that they are ostensibly working for. One thing we saw in the 1980s, at that point the Central Intelligence Agency had been largely discredited because of scandals that had been exposed in the 1970s.
For 15 years, the CIA has secretly financed...
I'm shocked Maipo would say that. I know, honestly. Cancel him. We're taking his mic. And all his viewers. Watch me instead.
overseas activities of the National Students Association. But then there came to light a fantastic web of CIA penetrations.
So when the Reagan administration came in, there was this concept that instead of having the CIA, which traditionally would go into these different target countries, funding their media, funding NGOs, funding different political operations, that was essentially farmed out to a new organization called the National Endowment for Democracy.
Yeah, seize the means of streaming.
Which was created in 1983. And it would do pretty much what the agency used to do. It would go into one of these countries and it would support various political groups, train activists, deal with journalists, business groups, and try to advance U.S. foreign policy interests, sometimes against the interests of the host government, the target government. And beyond that, they received financial and other logistical help from the National Endowment for Democracy and other U.S. agencies that helped them training activists, working with journalists to get their side.
National Endowment for Democracy also funds Amy Goodman, by the way. I'm just saying she literally got that funding and is increasingly concerned about viewers like you funding the show after losing USAID money.
Presented more favorably. They work on things
Oh, it's always lovely to talk to you, Nero. We should do it more.
like how do you get traction? How do you get things to go viral? How do you then use that to generate
Redlight will never forgive Stalin for making Hitler blow his brains out. Real.
support for your cause?
And support was generated.
Hi, Shift. Hi. Everyone go follow.
Mustafa Nayan, a founder of one of Ukraine's new media outlets, Hromadske TV, knew very well how to make something go viral. It was his notorious Facebook post on November 21st, 2013, that brought the first crowds to Maidan.
I wrote this just to see if there were such people out there, or if maybe we could just talk about it somewhere in Facebook. I was just asking questions.
If you don't read the newspaper, you are uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you are misinformed. To deliver your message efficiently enough in the modern world with so many different technologies and means of communications, you must embrace them all. As the disturbing events of Euromaidan started,
Altruism isn't real as bullshit. People have martyred themselves for the people. Yeah. Yeah.
on November 21st, 2013, 3 new TV
My favorite bit of World War II is Stalin chasing out the Nazis across Eastern Europe until Mustache Man did the thing. Yep. Yeah, I really like just outsmarting people with your ability to withstand cold is a win. That's a huge W. Objectively. That's funny.
channels went on the air and suddenly became stunningly popular in Ukraine. Spilno TV, November 21st. Hromadske TV,
Amy is racist as hell on Haiti, yeah.
November 22nd. And Espresso TV, November 24th, directly from opposition protests. These channels went viral, supporting the protests and encouraging more and more people to come to Maidan.
И первые выступления массовые начались 21 числа, 21 ноября. Сначала акции проходили...
Sorry, I was reading chat. The first mass protest started around November 21st. At first they were peaceful. All categories of people were there. Both young and old people, people with kids. It was clear that they trusted authorities, including the police, because they felt it was safe to go there. And there was no threat that any force would be used against these protesters. The police officers on duty those days were not carrying any firearms. But among protesters, there were spotted some radicalists, members of ultra-right parties and neo-fascist organizations. And on November 24th, they committed their first act of aggression. On November 24th, they attacked the building of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine and the police officers guarding it. The second attack was against the security service officers on November 25th. And there were notorious events of November 30th.
November 30th of 2013 became the first turning point of Euromaidan and one of its most reported and mysterious events.
Я тогда немножко вот расскажу, как видел эти...
Hang on, chat. I need to change my my little headphones. Oh. Why? Hello? Why is it dead? It's literally charging right now. All right. Cool. I guess that single bud wasn't charging. It is charged, I think. You know that Ukrainian Anna girl? Who's that? I don't think I do. Let me tell you about these events from my perspective. I got a call from Popov, the head of the Kiev city municipality. He said that on the day they wanted to bring to Maidan the equipment for a Christmas tree installation. I explained to him that there was no way they could do that while there were people on Maidan. Around 1 a.m., when most of the people started leaving the square, I had a phone conversation with the head of the Secret Service of Ukraine and asked for his assessment of the situation. He told me, I think, thank God it's over. All information we receive says that it's over. Starting from November 21, I basically lived and slept in my office. Sometimes I had 2 hours of sleep per day. I came home around 3 a.m. I set the alarm clock for 6:30 a.m. I turned on the TV right away after I woke up. Channel 5 was on, and it was showing a lot of ambulances and beaten people.
Attacked peaceful protesters with clubs.
Happened in the early morning hours. Eyewitnesses that were there said that the police did use truncheons.
Меня, честно говоря, пробил просто холодный
Frankly speaking, I broke out in a cold sweat.
пот.
My first reaction to the police actions on Maidan was immediate. We had to investigate who gave an order to break up the protesters and use force against them. I was against any violations of human rights and use of force against the protesters.
Решений таких.
Popov wasn't in position to make such decisions single-handedly. Who was Popov subordinate to? He was subordinate to the chief of staff.
Сергей Владимирович Левочкин.
Coincidentally, Sergei Lovochkin is a close associate to many U.S. politicians. The Security Service of Ukraine had evidence that on that night, Lovochkin was in contact with opposition leader Yatsenyuk.
Is the word tourist Dylan there? He was. I don't know if he still is. I don't know.
Where they discussed the clearing of Maidan on the
Forgotten to take my meds? Oh no.
pretext of installing the annual Christmas tree. News media reported that the riot police cruelly attacked the students peacefully sleeping in their tents, but scenes from the event seem to tell a different story. It appears that the protesters were waiting for the police.
The one who was standing Azov, she had a brief beef with Hassan? What the fuck? Huh?
Additionally, there were dozens of journalists and cameramen from all the new public TV news outlets prepared to cover the events. And most ominously, a group of well-trained young men arrived to Maidan almost simultaneously with the riot police. They infiltrated the crowd and began provocations with insults, stones, and torches.
The right sector in Ukraine represents a part of the Ukrainian population that has often favored fairly extreme right-wing positions. They had militias that came especially during the Maidan protests. There were groups that were being shipped into Kiev.
Yeah, Luna, that's just a Nazi.
Where they would provide the muscle, in effect, for the demonstrations. So the demonstrations went from being relatively peaceful political protests to being increasingly violent.
The first step in any detective work is to establish a motive. It is now said that Sergei Lovochkin is held in high esteem by his powerful U.S. friends. Outraged by what was reported in the news, the Ukrainian people came out in force on the next day to vent their anger with the police actions.
The violence started to take off when?
Фактически жесткие противоправные.
De facto, serious law violations began in December 2013. The events taking place in Kiev at that time were highly radical. There were neo-Nazi organizations participating. There were young people armed with bats and metal bars. They also used road-building machinery. With bulldozers, they ran into the police officers. Hog-on-hog violence. Who were guarding the governmental and presidential administration buildings and didn't let the protesters seize these buildings. How could the president go to such an unruly crowd? Who was he supposed to talk to?
Технологии, которые
The techniques launched at that time were planned well in advance.
As veiled and masked as the color revolutions can be, an attentive viewer can see subtle patterns and similarities revealing their true nature.
As if it isn't known here, the top red, bottom black flag is meant to symbolize blood and soil, a Nazi German slogan. Yeah. Stone said it in a weird way. He said, like, ground and sky or some shit. It's very much blood and soil. It's just blood and soil.
To make crowds act as one obedient group, they have to be united at the unconscious level. The masterminds of color revolutions know this well.
Land and blood, yeah.
And have perfected
so
the
close.
art. Symbolism is one of the most powerful tools to achieve this end. Revolutionary political organizations with surprisingly similar names and even more similar logos have appeared time and again, almost as omens marking the countries that would be hit by the colored plague next. They are often described as being aware and active, when they're actually trained and radical. They are the ones who take the first shot, literal and metaphorical, to transform the peaceful protests into full-blown coups d'etats. Their fingerprints can be found everywhere on the map of the color revolutions. Using all the experience of past generations, simple but effective tools like catchy sing-alongs and chanting are employed. Well known for exciting the crowd and creating a group identity, they depersonalize individuals and make them easier to manipulate.
Whoever's not jumping is a Ruski. Whoever's not jumping is a Ruski. Thank you, friends. Glory to Ukraine. Christ.
Конечно, без
Of course, it couldn't be done without money.
здесь не могло быть.
It's not a secret that there have been a huge number of NGOs investing in Ukraine with different grants and subsidies.
One such organization, Hromadske TV, received generous donations from the Dutch and U.S. embassies, as well as from the Renaissance Foundation, an NGO founded by George Soros.
I set up a foundation in Ukraine before Ukraine became
Not Soros.
independent of Russia. And the foundation has been functioning ever since. And it played an important part in events now.
I like criticism, but it must be my way.
Did you see any evidence of U.S. involvement? Did you feel their presence from the U.S.?
Очень частыми гостями были представители Соединенных Штатов.
Literal fascist chants, yeah.
Конгрессмены были. Госпожа Нуланд приезжала очень часто. У нас были с ней дискуссии.
Sorry. These are not completely fabricated, but as the narrator put it, manipulative of existing unrest, often the most reactionary. Yeah, classic. No! How did I even do that? Shit. Does anyone know? Does anyone know the timestamp? I don't know. I don't know where we were. Shit. It's not it. Someone clip it.
Отношения.
Who was your highest level?
About the future you want for your...
И обвиняла правоохранительные.
Presence from the U.S.?
Очень частыми гостями были представители Соединенных Штатов.
Wait, I think this is it. I think this is it, actually. Look for Soros. No, that's it. Yeah. Oh my god. U.S. representatives, congressmen were frequent guests at that time. Mrs. Newland visited on numerous occasions, and we discussed state affairs with her. But after that, she went to the Maidan and supported protesters and accused police of abuse of power. We saw all these messaged on Maidan.
Here on this square to celebrate with you, a Ukraine that stands with Europe and stands with the United States.
Well, members of Congress were visiting Ukraine during that period, most famously Congressman John McCain. So some of the people who were challenging their government, their elected government at that point, were being told by the senior U.S. official, a person who ran for president and a top official in the U.S. Congress, that the U.S. was with them.
I'm Senator John McCain, and it's always a pleasure to be back in Ukraine.
Senator McCain was, in a sense, giving the people in the Maidan a feeling that they had the backing of the most powerful country on earth.
This is about the future you want for your country. This is about the future you deserve.
Делегаций много приезжает.
Many delegations were coming over, and I told them that, first of all, they shouldn't have lied. True. Hey, what if you didn't lie? They shouldn't have taken the protesters' side and protected only their rights, creating and deepening the conflict. Are the protesters allowed to seize governmental buildings in any other country? Good question. Can a Ukrainian ambassador come to the protesters in Ferguson and hand out donuts and accuse the police officers? I believe it is unacceptable in any European country as well. So why is Ukraine treated like that? I feel like that's a little different. But sure. Imagine DPRK coming in and doing all of this with PSL and the pro-Palestinian movement or something, right?
Who was your highest level contact with the U.S. government in this period?
Я постоянно...
My high-level contact was Vice President Biden. Wow. We had frequent phone conversations. But the problem was that Mr. Biden said one thing, but they did different things in Ukraine.
Посол Соединенных Штатов.
The U.S. ambassador received visits from Maidan representatives all the time. We knew it well. We kept track of it, and we got the impression that the headquarters in charge of the whole process was in the U.S. Embassy.
Этим процессом.
In early February of 2014, as the Maidan crisis was getting more violent, there was a phone call that was intercepted. It was a call between the Assistant Secretary of State for European Affairs, Victoria Nuland, and the U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt.
Questions of credibility are being raised after a private chat between two top U.S. diplomats was leaked online.
I think Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. He's the guy, what he needs is Klitsch and Tony Book on the outside. I just think Klitsch going in, he's going to be at that level working for Yatsenyuk. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Okay. Good. Well, do you want us to try to set up a call with him as the next step?
Sullivan's come back to me, VFR, saying you need Biden, and I said probably tomorrow for an attaboy and to get the deets to stick. So okay. Biden's willing.
So you had this remarkable phone call where you have these two...
Biden just come do an attaboy. That's his entire, career.
Senior officials of the U.S. government apparently talking about a coup, or how they were planning to restructure the government of Ukraine.
Fuck the EU.
No, exactly.
I'm not saying the whole U.S. government feels that way. There is division on this, but the neoconservative element wants very much to change the strategic dynamic in Eastern Europe. The neocons are very smart people, and they've been at this for a long time. They came in around the issue of propaganda. They studied...
The USSR caught so much shit for that during the civil rights because being anti-racist is such a Soviet quality, right?
How to create hot buttons for the American people. They had this experience when they were getting the American people to get excited about Central America back in the 1980s.
Sandinista regular army, the ground force is being equipped now with Russian artillery.
And they've been applying those same strategies ever since. They remain very dedicated to achieving their goals. They still want to get rid of certain governments. They wanted regime change in Syria, for instance, regime change in Iran. They're very skilled at this, and they have a lot of allies now inside the news media, inside the government, and that means that they can do a lot to control the narrative of any story.
I think in America these days, we have somehow told ourselves that there are a lot of ways of dealing with these problems other than hard power. Vladimir Putin cares about hard power.
The neoconservatives can now demonize a leader of a country. That sells with the American people. So you don't just sort of argue a policy, you attack the leader. So the neoconservatives became very skilled at picking out leaders, finding their ugly traits, and then highlighting them. Yanukovych, you might say, was a rather clunky political leader, but you make him into a devil. He's totally corrupt, and he's evil, and he wants to kill people in the Maidan, these wonderful white-hatted demonstrators. So you've got a black hat versus white hat, and you keep repeating that basic scenario, and it works with the American people.
You've got to realize what Vladimir Putin is. He's an old KGB colonel that wants to restore the Russian Empire.
You make them into demons, and the American people find that the way they can understand the world. Once that happens, it's very difficult for a journalist or anyone else to say, hold it, that guy, he's got more of a gray hat than a white hat or a black hat. And if you say that, you're a Yanukovych apologist or you're a Putin apologist, and then the attacks come on.
Don't I know it? Putin talking points.
To the person saying it, the journalist, the academic, or whoever.
Any good director will tell you that tempo and rhythm
You brought up Euromaidan? Putin.
are the most essential components to hold an audience's attention.
Сама технология, которая применялась
The techniques used at Maidan required sacred victims.
Майданом, состояла в
It was part of the scenario.
Thrown into the revolutionary also be called a method of betrayal when the Allies and
технологий.
It can also be called a method of betrayal when the Allies and followers are relentlessly thrown into the revolutionary flame. The idea is simple. When the preparation work is done, the trigger just needs to be pulled to set the machine into full motion. The murder of politician Rafiq Hariri led to the Cedar Revolution. Looking back at the mysterious poisoning of Viktor Yushchenko right before the Orange Revolution of 2004, we see now that he became a sacred victim himself. Most political analysts believe the compassion of the Ukrainian people at that moment tilted the scales, giving him the presidency. The number of victims among the protesters during Euromaidan totaled over 100. They are called the Heavenly Hundred. All the sacred victims were immediately mythologized. The beating of students on November 30th, 2013 was the obvious trigger of Euromaidan. Those who sent trained provocateurs to the square very well realized that peaceful protesters were the ones who would get hurt the most. It's hard to keep protests going for months on end. Tensions subside, and people inevitably get tired. Holidays are also a big danger for revolutionary masterminds. People want to be home with their families and friends, and one needs to get inventive to keep people in a cold tent city. On Christmas Day of 2013, tabloid journalist and political wannabe Tatiana Chornovol was chosen to become the tool to whip the protests on Maidan back up.
A civic activist and journalist known for investigating corruption among senior officials was beaten outside Ukraine's capital on Christmas.
Her heroic deeds as a reporter looked more like petty crimes, trespassing on the presidential residence of Viktor Yanukovych, leading a rioting crowd to seize the Kiev City Administration building, breaking into a car of the Security Service of Ukraine.
Okay, damn. Jesus.
It looked like Tatiana was more interested in making news than reporting it, and gaining name recognition that could be turned into votes for her struggling political career in the opposition party Fatherland. She gave the world media a Christmas present in 2013 when she was cruelly beaten by unknown assailants on the road. Despite the fact that in just 3 days all the suspects were arrested and confessed to beating Tatiana during a road rage incident, world media kept insisting upon the political background of the crime. Instantaneously, Tatiana became a heroic martyr, uniting people around her image.
Interesting name for a party, Fatherland. Yeah, curious.
The beating coming amid political turmoil in Ukraine. This has drawn a protest.
Euromaidan was once again center stage, and Tatiana, in less than 2 months after the assault, she was already healthy enough to attack the office of Party of Regions, the party of Viktor Yanukovych.
Curious. She recovered so quick. This is the home of the cars which attacked me. This is the very nest of the criminal mafia government. And the death squads are also coordinated from here. Oh. It's that. Oh.
IT specialist. One of the staff members, 65-year-old IT specialist Vladimir Zakharov, was killed during the attack. So, where is Tatiana now? Well, she finally got her position of power in the new government.
I'm so sorry. I would rewind, but I'm scared. I don't want to show the dead body, but they just showed her eating ice cream.
1 month later, the time for another act in the play came. Armenian-Ukrainian protester
Fascists love their ice cream.
Sergei Nigoyan was one of the first to arrive at Maidan. He wasn't radical or violent, but instead naive and full of hope. Watching Sergei read a patriotic poem is like watching a casting tape for the role of a sacred victim.
Keep fighting. You're sure to win. God helps. Wait, what? God helps. God helps you in your fight. For fame and freedom. It's so fast. I'm sorry. What the fuck? For fame and freedom, march with you and right on your side. Oh. Oh.
Unfortunately, Sergei got the part. Betrayed by his brothers in arms, this video would eventually go viral after Sergei was killed early in the...
Off topic, but you know what I was thinking? What if a huge bunch of consumers made their own watermelon painting or piece of art and we all sold it collectively to donate to PCRF? I love that idea. Love it. I've made several. I could submit. We should do that.
Morning of January 22nd, 2014. The circumstances of his death remain unknown to this day. Even though the whole area of protests was heavily filmed at that time, there were no records or witnesses to help the investigation, and his body was moved immediately from the scene of the crime. Sergei became the first killed martyr of Euromaidan, and in a heartbeat, the police officers were appointed as his killers. Almost 2 years later, the official investigation would still deliver no results. Now, it is widely believed that Nigoyan's murder was staged by provocateurs to escalate the conflict. God speaks to people with the language of signs. On January 26, 2014, Pope Francis prayed for Ukraine, addressing thousands of people at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City.
Et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus.
That's your woke Pope, everyone.
After the prayer, 2 white doves were released from the papal window and were immediately attacked by a crow and seagull. Those who understand the language
This is so iconic. Oh my god, I forgot about this.
could easily read the meaning of this omen. Soon, great forces, the seagull and the crow, would be tearing apart 2 Slavic nations, the white doves. This omen gave hope to the Ukrainian people, saying that by God's will, the doves would be saved. But it also predicted severe hardship and many victims. The events which could enter into the history of the color revolutions as the most massive human sacrifice yet arrived right on schedule.
Okay, what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, honestly. I don't know if I would have read that message personally.
Month later.
For weeks, this European capital has been the scene of a violent uprising. Today, the bloodiest day
To be a religious person, that must have been the fucking apocalypse, really.
yet.
The protesters are pushing up towards the government district, armed here with Molotov cocktails, but we saw handguns and shotguns too. There are casualties on both sides.
Well, she's just said that there are 6 dead people up there. Not just injured, dead. They said they've been hit by snipers.
20 февраля начали
They started taking down police officers on February 20th.
расстреливать сотрудников милиции.
Я получил информацию.
I was informed that snipers started shooting
Что,
and there were
начали стрелять.
casualties on both sides. Both sides. First shots came from the building of the conservatory, which was controlled by Maidan forces.
From Narodny Ruch, Andriy Parub.
Майдана.
And here again, we meet our old acquaintance from Narodny Ruch, Andriy Paruby, who is at the peak of his glory as self-proclaimed commandant of Maidan, which basically means the leader of the radical opposition.
We warned them that Maidan would take action if our demands weren't met immediately. People clap. The goal was to wreak havoc, but Yanukovych definitely wasn't the one to benefit from it. You don't say.
The protesters were filmed leading a long line of riot police away. It's not clear where they were taking them. 67 officers are currently reported to be missing.
14 policemen dead and 43 wounded.
Было погибших 20.
There were 20 policemen dead and over 150 injured with gunshot wounds.
И более 150 раненых огнестрельными ранениями.
Тогда уже было понятно.
Then,
Вот 20-20.
sorry. Then on the 20th and 21st of February, it was already clear that the coup d'etat had begun.
Leader Vitaly Klitschko. Earlier, from inside the protest camp, the opposition leader Vitaly Klitschko urged his supporters to stay put. Each of you here should stay strong in spirit, he said, because we're not going anywhere.
At that time, we were engaged in negotiations with the opposition, and often we succeeded in reaching an agreement. But as I realized later, it was a game. The radical part of the opposition didn't participate in the negotiations, didn't listen to anybody. They just did their job.
Like in 2004 during the Orange Revolution, international leaders felt it necessary to intervene and bring both sides to the negotiating table.
Three ministers of foreign affairs of European countries came to Kiev.
Frank-Walter Steinmeier, Radoslav Sikorsky.
They took part in the meeting between Yanukovych and the opposition and reached an agreement about pre-term elections and about building further relations between the opposition and the president. How dare you facilitate negotiations? Putin. Putin talking points. Putin talking points is when you talk to people.
And the leaders the Ukrainian president and the leaders of the anti-government protests there have agreed on a truce.
The truce was to give talks between President Yanukovych and the opposition a chance.
Just like in 2004, the opposition, or at least its radical faction, the Right Sector, headed by Dmitry Yarosh, had no intention on fulfilling its part of the bargain.
The reached agreements don't meet our requirements. Red Sector will not be put down by this. Red Sector will not lift a blockade from a single government building before they meet our main demand, the resignation of Yanukovych. I've signed such an agreement, but a little later I've realized that it didn't matter what agreement we signed. The coup d'etat was already planned and it was inevitable. So de facto, it didn't depend on us. If you don't support this, you will have martial law, the army, you will all be dead.
The opposition leaders left saying they may have found a way to end the bloodshed, but they wanted to take the conclusions from their meeting to the people.
It was soon apparent that the people were not happy.
And the next day, Mr. Yanukovych left the biggest city in the country, Kharkov. As soon as he left, both his residence and the government were seized by armed people. But yeah, sure, he just fled to Russia because he did Russian propaganda, I guess. What would you call that? The fact is, I left Kharkov by helicopter. My motorcade left on its own, but nobody knew that. As the presidential vehicles were driving, they were fired upon. Also, our intelligence service had information that there were mercenaries.
Turn back, heedless travelers.
Yo, another
no
raid.
place for the living anymore.
So many raids. Thanks for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. We're talking about the Euromaidan right now and also just Ukraine at large. Also, our intelligence service had information that there were mercenaries whose mission was not to detain President Yanukovych, but to execute him. I asked President Putin for permission to enter Russian territory. I got such permission and was provided assistance. February 24, I arrived in Russia.
At the same time, Kiev was saying its last goodbyes to the victims of the massacre. It was also welcoming those who came to power at their cost.
Ukraine's parliament has voted for the new Speaker of the Assembly to become interim president. Alexander Turchinov called on lawmakers to form an interim government by Tuesday. These latest developments follow the dismissal of President Viktor Yanukovych on Saturday.
And they removed Yanukovych, not following the constitutional procedures for impeachment.
Процедура импичмента не была соблюдена. Для этого должен был быть привлечен Конституционный суд.
Turn back, heedless traveler.
Another
Is no
raid.
place for the living anymore.
Yet another raid. Thanks, Andromeda. Looking so lovely, I'm jelly. Thank you. Thank you, Nora. I wish I had the monies to buy clothes. Honestly, thrifting is most of my clothes. It's like 90% of my clothes. And that can be pretty cheap.
Голосовать в парламенте должны были 3/4.
Shit. Both constitutional and Supreme Courts had to be involved. But at least 3/4 of the parliament members should have voted.
Deputies.
Были 3/4 депутатов.
The Parliament of Ukraine consists of 450 deputies. The Constitution of Ukraine requires at least a 3/4 majority to vote. In other words, 338 votes in favor of the impeachment, but only 328 deputies voted yes.
3/4 не проголосовали.
But 3/4 of the parliament did not vote. Good.
I mean, almost immediately said this was a legitimate government, and that was part of this effort to get regime change. Instead of trying to find some way to revive the February 21st agreement, where maybe you could bring back Yanukovych in some titular way, that became not a possibility anymore. Then you had Eastern Ukraine resisting, you had Crimea wanting to break away, and things rapidly escalated.
Voters will decide Sunday whether they'll leave Ukraine and join Russia.
The campaign with the slogan "Together with Russia" has the backing of Moscow.
The Crimea situation, the referendum, is also happening during this period very quickly.
Крымский референдум.
They've become so expensive, so mostly online. Yeah, that sucks.
Инициировали жители.
The Crimean referendum was an initiative of the Crimean people. It was their response to Maidan's representatives trying to arrange another Maidan in Crimea.
Это не секрет.
It's not a secret that Crimean people have always been pro-Russian.
Sensing the mood of the populace, fully supported Viktor Yanukovych's decision to postpone the 2013 European Union Association deal and side deeper ties to Russia. As the events in Kiev took their course, Crimean authorities issued a declaration, putting into words the fears of its people.
Yeah, thank you, Tool. It's Ukraine on fire.
Based on the will of the Crimeans who elected us, we declare that we will not give Crimea to extremists and neo-Nazis seeking to seize power in Ukraine at the cost of the blood of the country and its citizens. After the regime change in Kiev, rumors began spreading in Crimea that the new authorities would be merciless to those that opposed them.
Slava Ukraini!
This led to the pro-Russian demonstrations rejecting the new government in Kiev. On February 27th, the government buildings in the capital of Crimea were seized by pro-Russian protesters. The current Crimean government was dismissed, and the new leader, Sergei Aksyonov, was assigned as the leader of the Crimean Autonomous Republic.
У них, конечно, надежда была.
Oh, sorry. Surely they would have hoped the Russian government would protect them.
Crimean referendum was held, and the people voted to leave Ukraine and enter the Russian Federation.
The situation in Crimea is being presented as a Russian invasion. And again, nobody who looks at this seriously and looks at the poll numbers, some of the poll numbers done by the US government agencies themselves, showing that the people of Crimea preferred being part of Russia. In the US news media, it is all
Yeah, literally, US polls, it did the same results.
been presented as the Russians invaded, they then staged a sham election with people with guns at their backs. Somehow they faked the ballot boxes to get 96% approval for rejoining Russia.
The idea of a referendum in Crimea is just quite simply unconstitutional.
It does raise questions on whether this vote really is free and fair, especially given the heavy military presence in Crimea right now, Errol.
So that's how it's been sold to the American people. The reality is very different.
The atmosphere here certainly is electric. Thousands of people who've gathered in the capital Crimean city of Simferopol. All of this following a referendum held last Sunday in which the majority of people here overwhelmingly voted in support of being reunited with Russia.
Я бы хотел спросить, что такое демократия?
I want to ask, what is a democracy? Democracy is a policy based on the will of the people. How can we find out the will of the people? In the modern world, we do it by voting. People came and voted. The turnout... Shit. What? The turnout was over 90%. And over 90% voted in favor of joining Russia. We should respect people's choices.
Не подстраивать.
And not manipulate international law and the principles of democracy every time according to your geopolitical interests. Where's the lie? Fuck it. I'm doing Putin talking points. That's a good talking point. I'm just saying. We didn't have any warfare there. Nobody fired a single shot. Nobody killed anybody.
What is described in the West as a Russian invasion of Crimea is, in fact, the presence of Russian soldiers in Crimea. Can you clarify that?
Российские солдаты в Крыму.
There have always been Russian soldiers in Crimea. Since the Black Sea Fleet base has been there.
Sevastopol's naval base became the main military. As long ago as 1804, Sevastopol's naval base became the main military port of the Russian Empire on the Black Sea. During the Second World War, the heroic defense of Sevastopol lasted almost a year and took hundreds of thousands of lives. Therefore, the naval base in Crimea has a legacy of historical pride for the Russian Black Sea Fleet, as well as being of huge strategic importance.
Those of us alive back then remember when there were Soviet missiles put into Cuba, how frightened Americans were and how angry, and how we almost went to a nuclear confrontation over having weapons of that kind of destruction placed that close to the United States.
If the United States considers Cuba to be in its backyard, then Crimea lays at Russia's doorstep.
The consequences of a U.S. seizure of the base or a NATO base?
Очень тяжелые.
Russian is so fast. Why is it so fast? Gosh dang it. There could be very grave consequences. The base, per se, doesn't mean anything. But there is a nuance I would like to point out. Why did we act so vehemently to NATO's expansion? We're concerned with the decision-making process. I know how decisions are made. As soon as the country becomes a member of NATO, it can't resist the pressures of the USA. Again, just true. Just true. And very soon anything at all can appear in such country: missile defense systems, new bases, or if necessary, new missile strike systems. What should we do? We need to take countermeasures, meaning to aim our rocket systems at the new facilities which we consider to be threatening to us.
Ситуация напрягает.
If we are attacked, we would certainly respond.
Знаете, мне кажется, я не...
Sometimes I don't quite understand the logic of our partners. Sometimes it looks like they need an external enemy to keep in leash and establish discipline in their own so-called Western democratic bloc. And despite all these concerns, Iran doesn't live up to it.
Concerned about the expansion of NATO. NATO has expanded into 13 countries, up to the borders of Russia. 13 countries.
This is a very dangerous topic. Did Germany have nukes? Wait, when? This is a topic of war. War between Russia and the United States could be complete madness. That's true. Still true. I mean, it kind of is. This is the US's war in Ukraine. You know?
In early spring of 2014, eastern Ukraine was also buzzing with protests against the new authorities in Kiev. This region, with the population close to Russia geographically and culturally, feared that the ultra-right leanings of the newly formed government would bring neo-nationalism to their lands. And they had their reasons. The status of the Russian language in Ukraine has been a stumbling block for many years.
Implementing Russian as a second state language was one of the main campaign promises of President Viktor Yanukovych.
In 2012, the Yanukovych government passed a law making it the second official language in the southern and eastern parts of Ukraine, the areas where the Russian-speaking population makes up a majority. Ukrainian nationalist groups initiated massive protests opposing the law. An observing viewer might see some familiar faces there.
That gang, that junta, those bastards can be defeated.
On February 23, 2014, the very next day after the regime change, the new government voted for an annulment of the official status of the Russian language. And even though later this decision was vetoed by the acting president, Alexander Turchinov, it still sent a message, and a powerful one. This alarmed the Russian-speaking cities of eastern Ukraine, and people took to the streets to show their disagreement. In response, pro-Maidan groups conducted their own demonstrations. When the two parties would meet, it was always tense, and eventually it led to tragedy. One person died and over 50 people were wounded in clashes during a pro-Russian march protesting the new government in Kiev. On April 6th, the Crimean scenario began repeating in eastern Ukraine, where protesters seized government buildings. And the next day, April 7th, they proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic. Kiev replied by announcing the beginning of an anti-terrorist operation in eastern Ukraine. By that time, the international media was screaming about a Russian invasion in Ukraine.
Russia could now be on the verge of invading Ukraine.
But strong words stayed only in the media. The Ukrainian authorities never announced a warlike situation. Why? IMF cannot give money to countries engaged in ongoing war. Petro Poroshenko.
Вы знаете, в большой политике...
Curious. When it comes to big politics, whatever you talk about money.
Already invested in Ukraine to stop halfway.
We've invested over $5 billion to assist Ukraine in these and other goals that will ensure a secure and prosperous and democratic Ukraine.
What democracy did this money establish? What was the process of the establishment like? Is it the same regime which is also being established by force now in Donbass?
Obviously, the funds had to keep coming, and the conflict had to keep going. Getting more and more bloody and deadly.
Jesus, we took him down altogether.
As parties from both sides were using more sophisticated and lethal weapons.
Господин Турчинов, который фактически начал...
Mr. Turnchevov, I don't know how to say Russian, I'm gonna be honest, bears a huge responsibility for starting a war against his own people. Hello? They just showed this caption for like a half of a second. Mr. Turchkinov is bearing huge responsibility for starting a war against its own people. Wait, he just said the same thing twice. Oh. He sent the troops to Donbass. They did what I had not done before, and they started the bloodshed.
The world seemed too busy welcoming this new democracy in Kiev to notice what was being done as it spread its wings over the country. Many in southern Ukraine had been viewing the revolution with concern. And an anti-Maidan movement formed in the city of Odessa in early January 2014. The protesters set up their camp in front of the Trade Union House, a building which would soon become a monument to a massacre of its own. It's difficult to overestimate the importance of Odessa. It is strategically located on the Black Sea, and it's Ukraine's largest seaport. It's not surprising that Ukraine's new authorities were watching the situation unfolding there with growing alarm. More and more of Odessa's people were joining the anti-Maidan movement at the same time as events in eastern Ukraine were heating up. The new Ukrainian government didn't have the power to wage war on too many fronts. If Odessa were to join the growing uprising in the
Didn't have the power, so they had to conscript Nazis. Sometimes you just have to. Sending you good health, thank you.
eastern regions, it would seriously complicate the situation. This rebellion had to be extinguished immediately and at any cost, and that cost was high.
I don't know how many people understood NATO as a fascist project. What do you mean? Like now? Oh, did they know that in 1990? I think some people did. Certainly less than do now.
On May 2nd, 2014, soccer fans flocked to the center of Odessa City for the Ukrainian championship match. Surprisingly, a great number of these fans who descended into Odessa just the night before also turned out to be fighters from the Maidan self-defense units, along with members of radical organizations from all parts of Ukraine. These fans, masked, armed, and shouting nationalist mottos, began disturbances in the center of the city as they marched to the anti-Maidan tent encampment, where they attacked. The anti-Maidan protesters sought shelter in the trade union house, but it was a trap. Maidan supporters started throwing Molotov cocktails into the building until it was engulfed in flames. People burned to death inside, or, trying to escape, jumped from the windows. Although a fire station was less than a mile away, it took almost half an hour for firefighters to arrive.
Christ. This footage is it's really something. I hadn't actually seen this before. Holy.
When they finally did, the damage had been done. But here's an intriguing fact. Just a few days before those dreadful events, a messenger from Maidan, Andriy Perubi, made a visit to Odessa. It's an interesting coincidence that some of the people he met with in Odessa were seen at the scene that fateful day. But not everyone was mourning. On the popular political talk show Schuster Live, the news about the people burnt alive in Odessa was welcomed with a long round of applause.
I hate it so much. I am now a reactionary conservative. I hate you guys so fucking much. It makes me lose my fucking...
Thank you. Thank you so much for the subby. Thank you. I forgot I added that. It's funny.
пожарів в Одесі 15 граждан Росії, 10 із Придністров'я і
It's so funny. It's so accurate for right now, too. The death toll in the Odessa fire, 15 Russian citizens, 10 people from Transnistria, and no residents of Odessa.
On its Facebook page, the Right Sector announced the events of May 2nd, a proud moment in national history. An official investigation into this sad event has been going on now for nearly 2 years, and it's yet to reach a conclusion. But it seems the experts had all the information they needed from the very
I had comrades captured by fascists in Odessa? Holy shit.
beginning.
Звичайно, провокація була сторони.
Certainly the provocations... The provocations came from Putin's fighters, who began breaking up the Ukrainian demonstration. Sure. Right. Certainly.
It looks like Odessa really is a very important piece of real estate, as it was honored with a very special new governor appointed on May 30th of 2015. Mikhail Saakashvili, an old friend of the United States, and born and raised in Ukraine's neighboring country, Georgia.
A little hoedown there in Georgia.
A quick look at his biography gives one an understanding that he's been groomed for a special mission. Mr. Saakashvili received a U.S. State Department scholarship, and he worked for a New York law firm which represented the organization Kamara, a group that appeared earlier when we learned about the color revolutions.
We are dealing with democratic, bloodless revolution.
This is the Revolution of Roses, and this is Mikhail Saakashvili with Kamara, busy overthrowing the legitimately elected president, Eduard Shevardnadze.
Curious. Curious how there's repeating characters. You know?
Remove the government by peaceful means. That's classics, you know, you're really European.
Soon after the Rose Revolution blossomed fully, Georgia announced its intentions to join NATO. and plant fresh NATO military bases in the fertile soil right on Russia's border.
Never ever will give our freedom and independence. Never ever will give any piece of our territory.
Saakashvili's mission was accomplished, at least with his friends in NATO. The Georgian populace wasn't quite as happy, though. In 2007, they took to the streets to voice discontent, and Mr. Saakashvili responded with force. The people's discontent grew. Saakashvili's party lost parliamentary elections, and the opposition took control.
He said this means that the parliamentary majority should set up a new government and me as the president, according to our constitution.
Mikhail decided not to wait for the results of the president's election and fled the country in October 2013. In 2014, Saakashvili refused summons to appear in court as a witness in several criminal cases. Later that same year, he was accused of misuse of power and embezzlement. Saakashvili wound up in the US, and soon his friends in Washington found him a new assignment. Mikhail actively supported Maidan, and very soon was rewarded with a high position in the new Ukrainian government. First as the president's counselor, and then as the governor of Odessa. The day before taking this position, he renounced his citizenship to Georgia, the country of his birth, and became a Ukrainian citizen.
I will always remain a proud citizen of my motherland. Motherland. A proud citizen of my motherland.
The battle is worth the blood, both literally and figuratively.
I know the real value of Mr. Saakashvili's reforms, as well as I know that his role and presence in Ukraine is part of the project which certain forces need to carry out in Ukraine.
Jeffrey Payet, the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, paid a visit to Saakashvili just a month after he took office in Odessa.
But as long as the Oblast administration is delivering results on Ukraine, you are going to see a steady flow of embassy and Washington visitors coming here.
The meeting was fruitful, and Jeffrey generous. No matter how well Saakashvili's job goes, it looks like he shouldn't be worried about his own finances. On his Facebook page, he posted an official document showing that the new governor of Odessa gets a pretty penny from Washington, almost $200,000 a year. For comparison, the governor of Maine gets $70,000 a year. So if Odessa became a new U.S. state, it would be at the top of the list. Mr. Saakashvili should feel right at home in his newly adopted country. He is best of friends with fellow color revolutionary leader Viktor Yushchenko, who's the godfather of his son.
Ex-President Saakashvili is installed as governor of Odessa. This is an insult to all the people of Odessa, to all Ukrainians. He wasn't even granted a work visa in the USA. The universities where he applied didn't offer him a permanent job. But he can be Odessa's governor, can't he? The shade. Are there no professional, capable, and fit Ukrainians for this job? You gotta give Putin this. He's got the tea. He's got the shade. Okay?
A war, once launched, doesn't choose its victims.
We are just learning at this hour that Malaysian Airlines has now confirmed that it has lost...
Pretty good talking points, not gonna lie. Yeah, I haven't found one I dislike, frankly.
...contact with one of its planes.
The plane was indeed shot down by a missile while flying at a high altitude over eastern Ukraine near the Russian border. 298 revised number of souls on board, all feared dead.
It was a murder. It was a crime. There's been this odd nonchalance about pursuing the answers. There was a report, a very limited report, put out a few months after the event. But since then, they said the next report will be on the first anniversary of the event. But you deal with a criminal investigation before it becomes a cold case.
They don't need to lie to make the U.S. look bad, yeah.
So there's been this curious element of why is there not greater pressure from both the media and the Western governments to answer these questions?
But even without any answers, the fingers were pointed immediately.
That's not an accident. That is happening because of Russian support. Evidence indicates that the plane was shot down by a surface-to-air missile that was launched from an area that is controlled by Russian-backed separatists inside of Ukraine.
And certainly the state over whose territory this took place bears responsibility for this awful tragedy.
Malaysian Boeing wasn't the first plane to play a significant part in American-Russian relationships. On September 1st, 1983, Korean Airlines Flight 007 from New York to Seoul via Anchorage was shot down by a Soviet interceptor
fucking Boeing
aircraft over the territory of the USSR in the Sea of Japan.
There was absolutely no justification, either legal or moral, for what the Soviets did.
The tragedy of the Korean Boeing was considered a perfect occasion to demonstrate the NATO military power within dangerous proximity to the Soviets. On November 2nd, 1983, NATO launched Able Archer, a 10-day command post exercise simulating a conflict escalation, culminating in a nuclear attack. It was followed by placing Pershing II nuclear missiles in Europe. What Reagan didn't take into consideration was the paranoid overreaction of the Soviets. A recently declassified U.S. intelligence report shows that for the first time since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the world was that close to nuclear war. Just like in 1983, the Malaysian Boeing crash was leveraged against the enemy. A new wave of sanctions hit Russia immediately after the tragedy.
The United States is imposing new sanctions in key sectors of the Russian economy.
Almost a year and 3 months later, the Dutch Safety Board published a report.
Ladies and gentlemen, flight MH17 crashed because of a 9N314M warhead detonated outside the aeroplane above the left side of the cockpit.
The report didn't blame any specific group or person and estimated a very wide area of 320 kilometers as a zone from which the missile was fired. At the same time, the Russian producer of Buk missiles, Almaz-Antey, conducted its own independent investigation.
Результаты эксперимента полностью опровергли выводы голландской комиссии о типе ракеты и месте запуска.
During the experiment, they blew up a retired airline.
Sorry, I was looking for a Hakeem vid I want to show. But the results of the experiment have refuted the conclusions of the Dutch Safety Board about the type of missile and the launch site.
During the experiment, they blew up a retired airliner with a Buk missile and came to the conclusion that the Malaysian plane was brought down by the older type of missiles, not used by Russia anymore, but still in the possession of Ukraine. The company claims that the missile was launched from the territory controlled by the Ukrainian military. One would expect that these controversial results would again stir up public interest in the investigation, but the tragedy of Malaysian flight MH17 had already played its role in the big geopolitical game. Therefore, it was soon forgotten. The goal was achieved. After the third wave of
Curious how no one talked about that after.
Sanctions hit Russia, the tensions between the two countries skyrocketed. So the question presents itself, are we truly witnessing the beginning of Cold War 2.0? And if so, what are our chances to survive at this time?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Biden was trying to provoke the same shit as Trump. That's not unique.
In 1947, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists introduced the Doomsday Clock. It represents a countdown to global nuclear annihilation. In 1953,
the fucking Doomsday Clock. It's literally just like Western paranoia like made into like a graphic.
During the height of the Cold War, it came its closest to midnight as the superpowers were creating massive nuclear arsenals.
This is the story of America's ever-expanding atomic weapons program.
As the world began to grasp the insane danger of nuclear warfare and took measures to control the arms race, the situation steadily improved. In 1991, the Doomsday Clock was at its furthest from midnight, 17 minutes. That time of hope was short-lived, though, as the world has become more and more unstable. But in 2015, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists moved the clock to just 3 minutes to midnight.
Today, unchecked climate change and a nuclear arms race resulting from modernization of huge arsenals pose extraordinary and undeniable threats to the continued existence of humanity.
The United States and Russia have embarked on massive programs to modernize their nuclear arsenals, undermining existing nuclear weapons treaties. The clock ticks now at just 3 minutes to midnight because international leaders are failing to perform their most important duty, ensuring and preserving the health and vitality of human civilization.
I forgot how much this like got like warmongery at the end. Man. Man. Happy fun missiles. Canada is just America without the trauma of chattel slavery. I got bad news for you. Got bad news. All right. That's Oliver Stone. I have some other talks we could do, but I also want to do this this Hakeem video really quick. How to overthrow a government. The Color Revolution playbook. Seems relevant. Seems relevant.
Rebels stormed the Capitol building in a bloody revolt.
In the early 2000s, certain revolutions occurred with questionable authenticity, all ending up with a suspiciously US-friendly outcome each time. Obviously, the US was deeply involved, but how did they do it? Let's take a look into the US's Color Revolution playbook. What is a color revolution? Simply a regime change caused, orchestrated, funded, and strongly supported by powerful foreign actors, usually the United States. Color revolutions usually begin with disputed elections in countries whose institutions, to quote them, struggle to handle mass unrest. They're mostly non-violent, usually because of the speed at which things are pre-prepared to happen, but despite being praised as democratic breakthroughs, they often just reshuffle power to suit the interests of this or that foreign policy and the capital that drives it. Usually, mass protests adopt symbolic colors or branding that unifies supporters and captures media attention, which present externally influenced movements as grassroots democratic campaigns, complete with protest signs in English despite English fluency in these countries being normally quite low, to say the least. Since emerging in the post-Cold War era as a strategy to destabilize enemy governments, these revolutions have been promoted as democracy building, particularly by the US, but that itself betrays that they're usually not. Even if external assistance looks minimal, it can be decisive, often through media manipulation, covert funding for opposition groups, and other soft power mechanisms like NGOs, sanctions, international broadcasts, so on and so forth. The Color Revolution playbook usually follows 6 simple steps to undermine governments that dare stray from the American line. Economic warfare is usually the first strike. Sanctions, trade restrictions, full embargoes, and powerful Western-controlled international financial institutions aimed at creating hardship in the nation targeted. For example, in Nicaragua, the US exerted pressure on the IMF, World Bank, and Inter-American Development Bank to withhold loans from the Sandinista government, while simultaneously destroying critical infrastructure through covert operations like the CIA bombing of a major fuel depot in Nicaragua's port of Corinto. Similarly, in Chile, during Salvador Allende's short presidency, the US cut off economic assistance and encouraged American corporations to deny Chile essential goods, such as replacement parts for buses, taxis, and production machinery, which greatly affected the critical Chilean copper, steel, and oil industries. The chokehold the US had on Chile led to shortages of basic necessities like flour, cooking oil, soap, and toilet paper. There were even shortages of bed sheets and cigarettes. All this economic deprivation had its intended effect of fueling public dissatisfaction. In Grenada, economic sanctions were used to punish the government and lay the groundwork for more direct intervention. Behind closed doors, regional leaders, under US influence of course, were persuaded to request American military intervention, paving the way for regime change. Next, and arguably the second most potent weapon after military force, is propaganda. Control over the media narrative is crucial to pulling off a regime change successfully. The US does this in 2 ways. The first is simply amplifying opposition narratives and figures, whether real or imagined, while simultaneously framing targeted governments as authoritarian, corrupt, or oppressive. This propaganda campaign is often orchestrated through extensive CIA-backed media operations, like Voice of America. For example, in Chile, the CIA funneled millions into anti-communist propaganda campaigns during Eduardo Frei's presidential run that used scare tactics, fabricated stories, and disinformation to discredit Allende and Chile's socialist movement. The second method the US uses involves directly inserting their media into mainstream outlets. The best example of this involves the United Fruit Company. During their campaign against Guatemala's reformist government, they employed the father of modern advertising, Edward Bernays, to direct a massive propaganda effort that involved placing articles in prominent newspapers like the New York Times, depicting Guatemala as an oppressive Marxist dictatorship. This infamous campaign influenced both the public policymakers to view fairly conservative land reforms in Guatemala as inherently communist, and therefore evil. These narratives, reinforced by members of Congress, the domestic and international press, manufactured consent to take action against the unwanted government. The third step is funding and, let's say, empowering the target nation's opposition groups, no matter what those groups stand for, so long as they submit to the US. A good failed recent example is the US handpicked, wildly unpopular Venezuelan opposition politician Juan Guaido, who, despite not winning any legitimate elections, was recognized as president by dozens of US-aligned nations along with the US as president of Venezuela, over the legitimate government of Venezuela. This farce was finally ended in 2021 when it was clear beyond all doubt that Guaido was an American puppet, afterwards going to exile at the Gusano capital of the world, which is Miami. Sadly, the US is frequently more successful than this. Regardless, these operations are often conducted through organizations like USAID and the National Endowment for Democracy, which provide the necessary resources to anti-government factions. In Chile, the CIA funded a Jesuit priest named Roger Vekemans, who had a network of organizations that funneled revolutionary energy into US-aligned actions. This not only influenced elections, but also fragmented more radical movements that threatened the status quo. Beyond financial aid, opposition groups are often armed and trained to serve as the vanguard of regime change. The CIA equipped exiled Guatemalan opposition leaders with weapons and other military resources to stage a coup against President Jacobo Arbenz. The operation was simple: hire American pilots to bomb Guatemala City, which will spread chaos, confusion, and anger amongst the populace, which the Guatemalan military can use as a pretext to overthrow the government. Step 4. By organizing protests and demonstrations, the US creates the appearance of widespread popular discontent, also known as astroturfing. These movements are usually funded and guided by covert operatives who then leverage grassroots organizations, international NGOs, and local activists to support US interests. In Nicaragua, the National Endowment for Democracy provided funding to local civic organizations and political coalitions like UNO, which received grants under the guise of promoting pro-democracy initiatives. These resources were then used to orchestrate large-scale demonstrations and paint a picture of nationwide unrest. A failed example of such an event would be the Cuban protests of 2021, which, despite significant US efforts at mobilizing everything from US-backed civic groups, quote-unquote, to hip-hop artists, managed to bring an insignificant amount of people into the streets. That did not stop American and other Western online media from knowingly using images from large pro-government demonstrations and portraying them as anti-government.
Here's the thing. They're not really getting rid of USAID. They're just shuffling it into the budget of the Defense Department, which is a black hole. Which means I think they're going to do more of it, actually.
In Bulgaria, US support for student protests offers another example. The NED financed the Federation of Independent Student Associations, which supplied the movement with loudspeakers, printing tools, and video systems to spread their message with a variety of media. Some protests burned communist-era textbooks and flags, which created potent imagery for international media to amplify. The ruse worked, of course. Sympathy abroad generated enough pressure on domestic leaders to see several key resignations within the Bulgarian government. Step 5 is where the use of force becomes the primary tool to effect change. Neutralizing a government security force is absolutely essential for any regime change operation to succeed. In most cases, the US seeks out key military and political figures, either through bribery, threats, or outright assassination. In Chile, the assassination of General René Schneider serves as a chilling example. A constitutionalist, Schneider opposed any attempt to subvert Chile's democratic process to remove Allende. His murder was orchestrated by the CIA, which supplied weapons to Chilean military officers that planned and executed the attack. This marked the beginning of the end of the Allende government, which was officially overthrown not long after. Similarly, in Guatemala, the CIA employed psychological and physical violence to make
They're going to mark up the prices of aid. I mean, they already did. They already did.
The military do its bidding and overthrow Arbenz. This strategy involved creating a climate of fear through staged violence, bombing, and spreading disinformation, which aimed to portray the government as incapable of maintaining control and safety. By undermining trust in the targeted government, the US creates a power
Complete loss of soft power, scramble for hard power. Yeah. I mean, again, like Biden did the same thing. It wasn't just Trump. You know, like Biden's soft power was very soft. Downright impotent.
Vacuum the opposition military leaders could then easily fill. Dividing and conquering security forces is one of the most effective tools for toppling a government without, as Americans like to say, boots on the ground. Now that the loyal security forces have toppled the government, it's time for the sixth and final stage in the regime change, consolidating power under a new regime friendly with the US. In Chile, after Allende was overthrown, the US provided intelligence and resources to the new military dictatorship under General Pinochet to make absolutely certain he would align his interests with those of the US. During the coup, US naval and aerial operations that, while avoiding direct involvement, created an intimidating presence to give the military the confidence needed to follow through with seizing power. In Guatemala, Operation Success exemplifies the sophistication of US efforts to install a pro-American government. The operation began with a propaganda campaign designed to destabilize the Arbenz administration, followed by military operations disguised as a popular uprising. The selection of an opposition leader among Guatemalan exiles ensured that the new government would prioritize US corporate and political interests, particularly those of the United Fruit Company. Now that we've seen how they've done it before, how about we look at a few examples? This section is not a commentary on if this or that government is good, it's just a commentary on how the US government attempts to undermine them through this playbook.
You're a little Che Guevara coded Jiminy Cricket in the back of their head, saying, "Oh no, Pinochet, Pinochet." Che Guevara coded Jiminy Cricket in the back of their head, saying, "Oh no, Pinochet, Pinochet, are you sure you want to kill Allende? He's feeding the people, Pinochet. Pinochet. Those people don't want to go in the helicopter, Pinochet." You know, you're a little Che Guevara coded Jiminy Cricket in the back of their head, saying, "Oh no, Pinochet, Pinochet, are you sure you want to kill Allende? He's feeding the people, Pinochet. Pinochet. Those people don't want to go in the helicopter, Pinochet."
Pinochet.
You know?
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. I had to resize it and such and do the audio, but I'm so glad I did.
I've covered this particular coup in detail here, but read this short summary for an overview before we continue. Now let's take a look at how the US is trying to do the same stuff in Iran today. The US has been imposing sanctions targeting Iran's oil exports and financial systems for decades now, which has caused severe economic strain. However, it was under the Bush administration that these measures began to isolate Iran from global markets and have the crippling effect on Iran's economy that it does today. Unfortunately, limited access to essential foreign technologies has caused poor management of oil production, which, as their most lucrative export, further compounded the crisis. In 2006, the US passed the Iran Freedom Support Act, which explicitly provided funding for anti-regime media and NGO initiatives under the guise of promoting democracy, while leveraging human rights abuses to undermine the regime's legitimacy. Sadly, even if it is condemning actual human rights abuses, it rings hollow coming from the US given, well, all of their own innumerable human rights abuses, including participation in the genocide of the Palestinian people and the unending murder of minorities on American streets by US police. The US has been empowering opposition groups like the MEK, or what's left of the Pahlavi family, which have struggled to make any meaningful impact due to their lack of popular support, despite their wealthy benefactor. The US has also attempted to exploit ethnic differences and existing divisions by supporting separatist movements amongst Kurds and Baluchis. The US government has attempted to amplify Iranian protests through statements and initiatives, of course, like providing internet access to Iran using SpaceX Starlink satellites during internet blackouts during some protests. Interesting to note that Palestinians have never gotten this privilege from the oh-so-human rights-concerned American government. They also make sure to broadcast the same anti-regime propaganda they heavily fund on platforms like Voice of America and BBC Persian, in order to encourage people to flood the streets in protest, and then use these astroturfed protests to reinforce propaganda in Iran and abroad. The Bush administration greatly expanded US covert operations in Iran to $400 million, including support for minority insurgent groups, targeting Revolutionary Guard officials, and conducting cross-border raids. While it's true that everything I just talked about does map well onto the playbook, there's actually a document produced by the Brookings Institute in 2009 called The Path to Persia, which lays out in detail a set of policy recommendations that have an uncanny resemblance to this playbook. Let's go through them, shall we? Chapter 1. An offer Iran shouldn't refuse. Persuasion. Goals. Iran to give up its nuclear ambitions and support for extremist groups through a combination of incentives and punitive measures. Chapter 2. Tempting Tehran. The engagement option. Goals. Foster cooperation by eliminating punitive measures and building trust through dialogue and reassurance. These recommendations are part of the Iran deal that Obama managed. Chapter 3. Going all the way. Invasion. Goals. Overthrow the Iranian regime and ensure long-term compliance through military occupation. Jesus Christ. Thankfully, this hasn't happened yet, but various people in multiple US regimes have mused about it, and some still strongly lobby for it. Chapter 4. The Osirak option. Airstrikes. Goals. Destroy Iran's nuclear facilities to delay its nuclear program without regime change. Chapter 5. Leave it to Bibi. Allowing or encouraging an Israeli military strike. Goals. Let Israel take the lead in military action to shield the US from direct involvement. Chapter 6. The Velvet Revolution. Supporting a popular uprising. Goals. Facilitate regime change through domestic unrest and popular movements. Chapter 7. Inspiring an insurgency. Supporting Iranian minority and opposition groups. Goals. Destabilize the regime by empowering ethnic and political opposition groups. Anytime something happens in Iran that causes mass protests, you can be sure the US will be there to support it and amplify their message. Unfortunately for the US, their investment in the various opposition
Exactly. Israel's so desperate for a war with Iran. Like, they really, really want it.
militias, or insurgents as I like to call them, has had a pretty low return on investment. Chapter 8. The Coup. Supporting a military move against the regime. Goals. Replace the current leadership through a military-led coup. Again, like Chapter 3, this hasn't happened yet, but unlike Chapter 3, the US has done this already earlier in Iran's history. And now we've come to the final chapter. Chapter 9. Accept the unacceptable. Containment. Goals. Manage and mitigate the threats posed by Iran's regime rather than eliminating them. This actually just describes the default policy that kind of serves as the basis for dealing with Iran. Before we move on to our next example though, it's important to point out here that the US has followed 7 of the 9 recommendations almost to the letter, all since 2009. That's because these think tanks are staffed by convenient military-industrial complex heads and political pundits that streamline it as policy directives to be delivered and rubber-stamped by Congress.
Yeah, it really works like a machine.
It's a farce of a political process used to lightly obscure just how much American foreign policy serves the interests of this section of capital. For more
Hamas is primarily backed by Iran, yeah. I wouldn't say primarily, but partially, yeah. Yeah.
by Iran, check out my dedicated video here. Let's move on to our second example, the Russia of the 1990s. After the Soviet Union's illegal dissolution in 1991, a small group of elites took control of Russia's most valuable resources, including oil, gas, and metals, creating one of the largest wealth transfers in modern history. By 1996,
they get their weapons from Israel. Yeah, like most of the weapons are repurposed from Israel's undetonated explosives. That's like most of it.
5 of these individuals ranked among the world's richest billionaires, with their numbers growing to 17 the following year. You know them as the oligarchs. The government implemented shock therapy, removing price controls and privatizing state assets. These reforms were fully supported by their Western, mostly US advisors, but failed to realize, or didn't care, that they were just converting state monopolies into private ones, with no significant operational changes, aside from the wealth generated from these industries going into private hands now instead of to the mass of society like it used to under the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, the contribution of small businesses to the economy dropped.
So Iran didn't help plan the October 23rd. What the fuck is October 23rd? Do you mean the 7th? Do you mean the 7th? Because you're so close. So close. And no.
To only 10 to 30% of GDP, far below Western levels. The economic fallout was catastrophic. The economy shrank by nearly 50%, hyperinflation wiped out pretty much all savings, poverty rates soared. You've heard this story before. I've covered the entire ordeal more deeply in my earlier video on Russia, here. Yeltsin was framed as the father of Russian democracy by Western media. This same father of democracy ordered tanks to destroy Russia's parliament in 1993, effectively dismantling the constitutional system. The communist government never did anything even remotely similar at any time. Despite this authoritarian behavior, Western governments and media supported him and portrayed the crackdown as necessary for stability. The 1996 presidential election revealed the full extent of media manipulation and scheming by the Clinton administration, with Yeltsin, to help each other during their respective.
No, I support Iran. Okay. Sure. I think maybe a better source than the Wall Street Journal, perhaps?
Elections. With financial backing from oligarchs and overwhelming Western support, Yeltsin secured his office in a rigged election despite record low approval ratings and rampant legal violations, all in an attempt to prevent the Communist Party from winning. Since the ascendancy of Putin and the stabilization of Russia as a geopolitical player, the US has begun likewise funding separatist movements and supporting this or that political opposition in hopes of bringing the 90s era of instability back. The RAND report, extending Russia competing from advantageous ground, is the same old playbook: sanctions that punish civilians, military maneuvers to provoke adversaries, and propaganda to undermine governments that don't fall in line. The US's backing of Syrian rebel groups is a stark example of the destruction this approach creates. It wasn't about democracy or stability, ever. It was about toppling a government that didn't fit Washington's agenda, no matter how much suffering it caused or how much chaos it unleashed. This report was published in 2019, and all the articles show US actions since then. Read them for yourself.
What about this? Al Jazeera? Better?
Turn back, heedless travelers.
Another, wait.
History is no place for the living anymore.
Red Cyber, didn't you already raid? How did you raid again? Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Iranian support vital for Hamas after ties restored with Syria. Sure. The thing is, Iranian-backed proxy it's a common a Western talking point that is anti-Palestinian, which is why I'm suspicious. I'm not saying there's zero support. There is. It exists.
Practically every single thing on this list has happened, is happening, or is in the process of being planned. Again, it seems like US policy is not being written by legislators but by think tanks like the Rand Corporation and the Brookings Institute. US sanctions against Venezuela have spanned 3 administrations.
No, that's definitely part of why Israel wants that.
Obama, Trump, and Biden, targeting the Maduro government under the dubious guise of addressing human rights violations and restoring democracy, the typical line. These sanctions include restrictions on Venezuela's oil sector.
AJ is just the DN of Qatar. Yeah, it's just democracy now for Qatar. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's better, not great.
Reactivated in 2024 after being briefly eased. General License 44, which has allowed Venezuela to trade oil internationally, was rescinded ahead of the 2024 elections, which was a significant escalation in US intervention, seemingly timed to help bolster Kamala Harris's failed presidential run. Sanctions began in 2015 under the Obama regime with the Venezuelan Defense of Human Rights and Civil Society Act, which targeted high-ranking officials accused of repressing anti-government protests. Trump's regime expanded these measures in 2017, imposing restrictions on financial transactions with the Venezuelan government and contributing to them.
Netanyahu has always been desperate for a war with Iran. It's been his whole career. Yeah, no, he has always wanted that.
Defaulting on their debt that same year.
And it is not only just because the support of the resistance groups, but also for just like vague anti-Islamist, anti-Arab, etc. Like it's part of the we're attacked on all sides.
By 2024, the Biden regime reinstated harsh oil sanctions, undermining what remained of Venezuela's struggling economy while exempting US companies like Chevron from suffering the consequences of those sanctions. US media and government officials have strongly supported Venezuelan opposition figures, amplifying their questionable claims of electoral fraud and economic mismanagement under Maduro's government. Western media coverage of Venezuela heavily favors the opposition, portraying opposition leaders like Gonzalez and Machado as symbols of hope and change.
Yeah, US wants them to fight, yeah.
Very original, with their claims taken as gospel and their programs broadcasted uncritically by the American press. This is of course after either ignoring or casting doubt on the many extensively documented US-backed coup attempts against the Venezuelan government going back over 2 decades now. Protests of dubious organization, with evidence of astroturfing, have become a persistent feature of Venezuelan politics. That's not to say some protests aren't organic, but the evidence of American involvement is overwhelming. The US has given financial and other material support to so-called civil society groups through US aid to fund hundreds of projects aimed at promoting democratic stability and bolstering opposition leaders. In recent years, this funding has been repurposed to enhance access to objective information, which Americans themselves lack, and encourages citizen participation in an attempt to ensure US interests guide Venezuelan domestic affairs. If this doesn't sound problematic to you, imagine if Russia or Mexico did this in the US, or in your country. I've covered in detail the NATO bombing of Libya and the overthrow of Gaddafi in this video here, so if you want more details you can check that, but here's an
Yeah, supporting Iran won't get you arrested yet, but it will put you on a list, you know.
overview.
Thank you, King
Pause
Bud.
if you're interested.
I always appreciate compliments. It's very nice.
So, what can we glean from all of this? Economic disruptions, media manipulation, and the strategic funding of opposition forces.
Yo,
History is no place for the living
another
anymore.
raid. Poggers. Hi, Luna. Thank you.
Forces merges to create a soft power alternative to direct military confrontation. Sanctions weaken targeted economies, depriving governments of vital revenue streams and inciting public unrest. Essential imports are denied and financial institutions are pressured to withhold loans. The resulting shortages that primarily harmed ordinary people then paved the way for coups that have the appearance of being domestically generated. These tactics often happen in parallel with covert intelligence efforts that can't be understated. The media systematically amplifies opposition figures of dubious origins and popularity. Support for anti-government militias or exiled groups creates the opportunity for armed leverage that complements economic blockades. Even when violence remains a last resort, the threat of violence can often be just as potent. Publicly, these operations take on the guise of popular uprisings, with simple symbolism or slogans that mimic grassroots authority.
Did you get a belt for the garters yet? Oh yeah, I have several. Thank you. Yeah, these ones have little little pentagrams. It's a little pentagram. Poggers.
Authenticity, but behind the scenes they rely on a steady flow of foreign funds, arms shipments, and strategic counsel that enhance the capacity of discontented groups to challenge governments unfavorable to US interests. The US frequently invokes defense of democracy as a justification for a large chunk of its covert meddling. Disputed elections have become more frequent and are often flashpoints for mass mobilization aided by Western NGOs who provide a wide variety of resources, communication tools, and training to opposition coalitions. The carefully chosen color or brand attempts to give people something to rally around and makes international headlines more impactful and simple. Typical comic book level good versus bad nonsense. These interventions are meant to bypass legitimate institutions. Indigenous political parties, state agencies, constitutional provisions are basically property of the US, which can change anything it wants at will. This is a mechanism for shaping governance structures that accommodate US economic interests and geopolitical priorities, masquerading as democratic discourse. Regime change rarely translates into stable governance for the affected nations. From Libya to Russia, it's either competing militia factions or unending neoliberalism eroding living standards for profit. Frequent, consequence-free intrusions into the internal affairs of independent nations normalizes this interference.
Where's the cat cam? No, there's no cat cam. I'm sorry. I forgot to charge the camera. I'll go plug it in. I'll go plug it in right now.
Powerful countries repeatedly ignore local institutions and or international law in the name of democracy, which they themselves don't believe in or even have. Rival actors adapt by reinforcing domestic security networks and seek out alternative alliances that only make sense. Governments facing constant threat of sanction or military action heighten surveillance over civil society groups believed to be centers of outside influence. Regional blocs form to deter or resist intervention. Russia's response to encirclement includes forging stronger trade partnerships, such as BRICS, outside of Western dominance. Iran, under decades of sanctions, is almost a BRICS member and has also developed their own parallel financial systems which cultivates alliances with countries similarly alienated by the US specifically and the West in general. Once countries realize this scale of infiltration or manipulation, they immediately try to upgrade their countermeasures, like limiting the reach of foreign NGOs or media outlets. US officials seeking collaboration on trade or security in the future then find their reputation isn't at all what the propaganda would have you believe, precisely due to a long track record of covert operations in these targeted societies. Finally, the usual US claim of promoting human rights and free elections rings pretty hollow when so much evidence points to US agencies orchestrating coups, assassinations, or even genocide. Every time a CIA-backed conspiracy or lethal sabotage mission has been exposed,
Washington's credibility falls further.
With it, a multipolar world rises in its place. Class struggle, however, is always the core contradiction. A better world is possible. That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon, it really does help. I'd like to thank my patrons, so thank you to Nitro Dubs, Kenny, Thomas Roberts, Nicholas, Owen Baker, T. Wood, Dr. Lemonman, Lumix, Charlie and Eric, Ultimate Turin, Daniel Ethel, The Generic Guy, Santiago Pereira, Rain, Cassandra Corvus, David Fries, Confuse M, Mariana Mastusovic, Robbie Richardson, and Masay Kudrow. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back to the Electronic Intifada podcast. I'm Nora Barrows Friedman. This is a special episode dedicated to the voice and the words of our dear friend, Dr. Rifat El-Arir. Rifat was a beloved professor, poet, and mentor who helped sharpen countless young minds and who still inspires people all over the world. He was murdered by Israel on December 6th, 2023, along with 6 other members of his family in Gaza. Today, you'll hear a collection of interviews that I conducted with
food.
starting in 2014.
I
spoke with him twice.
Chuck, thank you. Thank you so much. What the heck? What the frick? Thank you for the 10 bomb. That's so nice. The cat cam is charging. It will be online momentarily. They are chilling on the cat tree, so I should be able to capture them. Okay. Chat, what do we want? Do we want more Ukraine content? I'm kind of burnt out, frankly. I don't want to do the other doc. We have a couple of talks, but I think it's time. I think it's time. I think we earned a little bit of candy.